Everyone. This is Debauched Sloth on Wednesday, September 9th, 2015, on day 8 of our Pleb puzzle game dev stream. Thank you for joining us this morning. We're going back. We had a lot of fun doing RimWorld yesterday, but today we're gonna get back to work, back to the grindstone, as it were. And we're going to start. Let's start by kind of reviewing where we left off. We might have a few new people joining us. I believe we have some people that were here before. Hopefully, we'll see some familiar faces again over the course of the day. One thing I will note, we're starting a little early for Wednesdays. Normally my schedule on Wednesdays is to start at 2, but the normal appointments I have were not happening this week, so I'm free to start early. So this is a late early. Again, I apologize for the late early start. I went out for I was skating this morning and went a little bit farther than I expected, and then had to take a shower. It's hot out here. But we're all set and we're ready to stream, and we're gonna learn some fun stuff. Today is kind of a review. What we're gonna do is so where we left off last week is we had ported over to 3JS. Now, first of all, let me get rid of our overlay here. Back our show overlay. Please excuse. So I have meant to have this all squared away before you. And let's get my face in here. Hi guys. I didn't even shave today. Didn't even shave. Couldn't be bothered. Now let's fix this chat. I don't like that. There it is. Why isn't this working? They should be going over the other way. Hold on a sec. OBS is being a pain in the butt. So if you're here in chat, feel free to sound off. I would love to hear from you. Like I said, we have a few new friends. Here we go. This is what I want to do. Boom. Okay. And let me just tweak this. Thank you for. I didn't have time to really fix all this. I would have had this in better condition for the start here. We're going to up the production value as we go along. I didn't even shave today either. I have to apologize. One of those days. All right. So we're back to where we started. Well, we're done with RimWorld for a little bit, although we will play some in the evenings. We'll also play some Hearthstone, though I don't think I can cast that. But today we're back doing development. So why don't we take a look at what we got and where we started and what we were doing. Good way to do that is GitHub, right? Tells us everything we've been doing to the degree that we've been checking it in. Oh yes, so this was our big the Pixie to 3JS migration, the last check-in we did before we broke for game casting, our Let's Plays. You can see here we went from Pixie.js to 3JS. So what's the main, why do we do that? Okay, the main reason I did this is because myself as a developer, I'm more familiar with the underlying theory and the mathematics of what's happening than I am with the particular API implementation. I can think of a lot of different ways you could implement this, and there's certainly very many good approaches depending on your solution. Excuse me. However, coming to understand the perspective of another developer takes time. You know, why did you make this library? Why did you make it the way you made it? Is an implicit question every time a client uses something you wrote. And for me, it's just nothing really quite fit what I wanted. So 3JS is at least gives me the underlying WebGL access. Now, this implies, now the problem with this, only problem with this is that it's more complex. It requires more theory, more understanding. I'm not too intimidated by that. Some other developers might be if you're like a newer developer and you're not really particularly familiar with, say, you know, vector algebra. You know, it can be a little intimidating, but I'm going to show you that it's actually pretty understandable. I think that anyone can really understand this stuff. It's just, it looks funny and there's some weird conventions, and it can be a little intimidating, particularly, usually it's notation that people have a problem with. It's not the theory and how it works. It's understanding why a particular notation is used, and the fact that lots of different people use different notations to represent the same thing. The syntax and the semantics. They understand the semantics, or they implicitly kind of get the semantics, but they don't understand the syntax. So we'll talk about that. We'll get into some of that. Now, if you're just doing a two-dimensional game, and you're going to use purely, okay, everyone understands. I assume if you're here in a development cast, we're going to make some assumptions about your knowledge, right? I'm going to assume you kind of understand the whole idea of Cartesian space with 2 and 3D. You can have an ND space, but we'll assume 2 and 3 being the most familiar we're familiar with and the most useful for video game development. Let's see, what other assumptions do we want to make? I'm not going to assume too much on the math because I think it's good for us to go through and explore it and to review it. It's certainly good for me. So yeah, the big leap here is when we go from 2D to 3D, or we go from Pixie.js to 3JS specifically in our implementations, is that the leap from 2D to 3D requires a whole host of new information to represent our data structures and our stuff. With a 2D, a lot of the information can be assumed. Like we kind of know its topology, right? It's implied. We know a lot about it just because we know it's just a roster and it's just going to have an XY coordinate, and it's going to have a pixel at every location. Those assumptions make it very, very simple to a very generic and very straightforward way of dealing with it, right? But when you move to 3D and we start talking about irregular meshes, there's all sorts of different ways you could represent this. Now, the way we primarily represent this in when it comes to graphics card implementations is through triangles. If you're here as a developer checking out a development stream, I assume you understand that there's a graphics rendering system in every gaming computer, certainly, which is its own computer and its own type of system that does very specialized processing, which is to say it does matrix and vector algebra in very massively parallel at the same time. It's doing tons and tons of these calculations so that we can very rapidly represent these virtual scenes. In addition to what do we need? So all we needed was an XY coordinate, right? When we were talking about roster images, all we needed was an XY coordinate, right? And a color, which generally are represented by a 32-bit X, right? Now, there's all sorts of different formats we can use. There's all sorts of different ways we can do this. And even within just 2D engine, that's why we have all these different image formats. There's a bunch of different ways you can change the assumptions, and those basically boil down into the various image format types we have that are useful for different formats. Like TIFF is very different from PNG, and it's useful for a different thing than PNG. Or it can be used for the same thing, but my point is that it generally has a different application. Now, when we move to 3D, in addition, we have these arbitrary. Now we can move in 3D space. So we can have points, vertices, just about anyways. And then generally these are called vertices. I mean, this is the terminology they use. You could think of them as points. You can think of them as whatever you want. They're the corners. And just about any surface every surface can be broken up into a lattice of triangles, which is why we use triangles. And also because, again, triangles fits very well into this idea of a vector, a dedicated hardware doing vector and matrix calculation. Matrix calculations are essentially a vector calculations, obviously. So fundamentally, vector calculations. And I assume, again, we understand what a vector is, which is as opposed to a scalar. A scalar is a simple single value like 10 or pi or something like that, whereas a scalar is like xy coordinates. A vector is like xy coordinates. And we need more than one scalar value to represent it fully, or a complex number like an imaginary number would be another example of it's a compound statement. It requires both the imaginary and the real part to be fully described. Can't have one without the other. That's a vector. And vectors can have a certain size, although they will be one-dimensional if they're vectors. If they're two-dimensional, they are called matrices. And that's, just in case anyone was unclear about that. And because we're going to use this terminology constantly. And I was throwing it about, I was bandying about these terms last week without ever defining them. And I believe I've come to understand it's probably not the greatest idea. So I'm going to try again. Give me a shout on chat if you're finding what I'm doing a little bit too tedious and the crowd is a little bit more advanced. You say, yeah, we get it. Move on, please. Feel free. Or likewise, if I'm glossing over something, and you hear a term that you're not quite sure on, please stop me and ask me to explain, and I certainly will. So now that we have 3D, we need to represent our stuff as 3D models. And the cool thing about the way we did what we did, let's go to our source code. Let's get our stuff open. Okay, for the day. Our happy little IDE, Adam. I love this little IDE. Good one. Not imperfect. It's not like absolutely perfect, but I mean, compared to, it's a very lightweight version of what I like about like Eclipse, for example. Oh, excuse me. So one of the cool things we did is we completely decoupled our scene definition from the code of actually what does it. And you can see here, this is very little code. This is our whole game right now. What is it? GrameGS, yes. This is it. The whole thing right here, right? All it does is go and look for this scene, which is a JSON file. And you can see here we've defined everything in our scene is here in this file. So we don't have to change any code. We don't have to test any code. Good morning, Cows. Thank you. It's good to see you, Cows. Cows has been stopping by just about every stream recently, and we're always happy to see you. Welcome. We're doing the dev stream. We're back doing development this morning. Right now, we're taking a look at just quickly reviewing what where we left off last week. And I think we're going to do some theory and some Blender today is where we're going to spend our time. We're going to review some of the theory, and then we're going to try to apply it in Blender. We basically just set up a very simple scene. We export it in Blender. So here's our pipeline. If you read about games development, one of the the insider things you hear a lot about is the tool pipeline. What we mean by that is the pipeline, the sequence of tools and import and export, et cetera, that we need to set up in order to create all the assets we need and then get them processed the way we need and then in the format we need and then arranged properly and then assembled into a way that can be imported into the game efficiently, right? And on a basic level, this is already done for us. This is why we're using, one of the reasons we're using 3. JS is because it already has a bunch of different assets loaded. And last week we had to figure out some stuff. Like they don't actually have a lot of documentation. However, the code is pretty readable. So we've just been going through the code to figure out what we need to figure out. And we found out that we can't use a JSON loader like you would think loading up JSON. You need an object loader. And not a scene. It's not called a scene loader either because they don't differentiate. An object is just a scene is just an object that with a type label scene. Which makes sense because a scene basically is just a container to associate with a particular like canvas or viewport or whatever the terminology you want to use, or window, or etc. Excuse me, I feel like I have something in my throat this morning. I may need to go get a glass of water here. So the beautiful thing about the whole way we did this, in my mind, is that we have almost no code to test. We have a ton of functionality. And we can do this with, again, we can just create a scene with Blender export and get it viewing directly into our game engine. We can show you how all this works. We will at some point. So this is Blender, if you're familiar. I don't know if you're familiar. If everyone may or may not be familiar. I assume, again, if you're here as a developer to check out a developing stream, you probably know about this. If you're here as a gamer or a viewer who's just kind of interested in how the sausage is made, kind of interested in the gory details, but not familiar. This is called Blender, and it's a 3D modeling tool similar to Maya or 3ds Max or whatever. It's similar if you've heard of CAD. It's kind of like a CAD program. But the point is that we can model in 3D and then export our scene. One of the things we did last week is we added a exporter for A. Oh, you know why? What the problem is? See, this is why we need to... we have to go to preferences or whatever it is, user preferences. We're gonna add this add-on, I think. Again. Yes, import export Blender. Right, so save user settings. That's what I think we didn't do last time. So now when we go to export, we should be able to just export the scene Protein data bank. Interesting. Where are you, Blender? This was working. Okay, well, turn that on. All right, let's go back here to, we got the scene. I'll go over what's gone right now. I just wanted to demonstrate the exporter, but I'll go over what all of this stuff means on the basic elements of the UI. I am not an expert in Blender, I will note. This is kind of the blind leading the blind, but like I said, I understand why everything is here, so I can pretty much explain everything because it's pretty obvious if you're familiar with what's happening under the hood. Really only so many interpretations. It's mostly a way of figuring out how the dependencies and the stuff in the UI works. So this is engaged, right? So when we go to export, am I missing it here? I mean, the worst case scenario, I don't know why this isn't working. We'll have to figure this out. Probably, oh, I know why. I know why. I have two blenders, I bet. How much you want to bet? Yeah, quit anyway, man. No, I only have Steam one. That's the one I was using. Let's see if user preferences, and again, some of this is gonna be kind of boring because this is exactly the kind of stuff we need to figure out, honestly. Okay, good. This is still going. So let's just see if restarting. It's not working. All right, we'll come back to that. We will. I promise. I promise. What were we gonna do? Well, we kind of do need to get this working, actually. We really, really do. Now, it's the one I installed from Steam. By the way, you know, Blender, you can install and update from Steam applications for free, which is kind of a neat. Oh, hey, wrong screen, dude. Wrong screen. Wrong screen. All right. Okay. That is engaged. So that does carry from session to session. So I wonder how that got wiped out over the. It probably got updated, and now I need to redo it. How much you want to bet that's what it is? See if there's any updates in Steam recently. I'm just kind of curious. Feel free to send me an invite, by the way. Be happy to be your friend. What do we got? 2.75, July 3rd, huh? Have I used it since then? I believe I have. Yeah, of course, we used it last week. So has there been a patch? Or is it downloads? I can't see the history. I can't see the history. All right, screw it. I figured I could go see my download history, but I was curious if that got updated. In any event, like I said, feel free to send me an invite if you like on Steam. I'm going to close that out, though, so it's not sucking up memory. So we can't export right now. We'll have to fix that. I suspect all I have to do is reinstall the plugin. And I don't know why that broke, but I'm sure there's a perfectly good reason. I bet you there's a log somewhere that if I looked at, it would explain exactly what's going on. Fascinating. We're gonna try to change the subject here because that is we're going way off the rails here. This is so boring. It's not even funny. So if you look at our scene, let's look at the top. Like, okay, the basic Blender scene actually shows us a number of key things that we need. First of all, we always need a light. We always need a camera, and then we usually need something to look at. But without a camera and a lamp, there's basically, or a light rather, there's a light source. There's really nothing possibility of seeing anything, right? So the camera defines our perspective from rendering, and the scene is just the particular objects we have. Notice that this is a hierarchy. If we look under here, we have a mesh, and that's because this is like an object, which is like a wrapper class around our mesh and a material and a texture, right? This all makes sense, right? Because when we want this cube to move, if we texture it, we want the texture to move along with it. Likewise, this lamp has a simple definition. This one is very easy. This is just like a lamp, like it just shines in all directions, I believe. And the camera, we can see here, we're kind of like looking from behind. This is the angle we're running on, right in the corner here. I think if we made it orthographic, this would be a perfect, let's try that, actually. So that leads us into one interesting element of theory. Now that we're, again, working in Three.js, we have the opportunity for two different types of cameras. Initially, when you're working with Pixie.js, or you're looking at like a GUI on your desktop, you're really looking at a purely XY coordinates. But when it comes to 3World, you now have Z. So there's two basic ways we can interpret this. There's a lot of different ways, but the two basic ways you'll see in practice, which is orthographic and perspective. This perspective that we're rendering from this window right now, not this camera, but this camera, our outside view into the scene with the camera included. Keep in mind, this is one of those things. This, what we're looking at, and this camera are not related in any way. This allows us to look in and place cameras so that when we come here to the thing and do render, bam, you see that, right? It's a quick little render. And Blender by default, that's a good point. Blender isn't like a game engine by default. You can use it as such, and there are many plugins to assist with this. And there's, I think, a whole subsystem of dealing with GUI-based logic definition, etc. But by default, I mean, we're really just rendering pictures. And that's fine for our purposes because we're going to export this into a game engine and then interact with it in code in there with a different camera and a different light and yada yada. But it will interpret the geometry and the texture and etc. The same way. We've already noticed some significant differences in the lighting model between Three.js and Blender, which means that what we should do, I think, is copy. So what we can do here, right? Underneath the hood, this is all a shader, right? Like all of these parameters, all of this stuff, basically plug into parameters that are inputs and or outputs in shader programs, a chain of shader programs. We can look at the code for those and just redo the same thing in Three.js, so that our instead of using their default shaders, we can use our own, which will mimic the behavior in Blender, and then we will see exactly the same thing. You're right, because we'll be using the exact same math under the hood. The differences we see now are because of that, or differences in the implementation. I suspect that in the JavaScript implementation, they're doing some stuff in JavaScript instead of the shaders, and so they're doing a cheap or highly attenuated version of it. I think is what's boiling down to it. We can do our own in shaders that will be faster, super fast if we do it in shaders. So if anyone's not let's define what's a shader, right? Does anyone know what a shader is? We got anyone in chat that knows what a shader is? I want to put the definition in. This is like a trivia thing. Anyways, if you're a developer, a game developer, you know what they are. Oh yeah, by the top cat. That's point. Excellent point. Thank you. Because I actually have it blocked by my chat up on my screen as well. Let me fix this. Thank you, Kazas. I really appreciate that. You are the MVP of this morning. This down here is less important in Blender, the way I have this set up. So we'll put this down there too. Yes, well, it can be. That's actually great. You know what? We'll worry about the chat. I'll move this chat around all over the place as we need to. I don't care. Right? Who cares? So generally, yes. In most games, the point behind the shader is to control what color you're going to put in a particular pixel in a rendered fragment, right? So we can look at this. What we're doing is we map coordinate textures. There's two different ways to do it. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, Tony? Good to see you. Our CSS boy, sorry. Gotta get used to that. Sorry about that. Morning. We're kind of doing a Blender review here, and we're a little theory review. Hey, don't worry about it, Kazes. That's fine. We love our lurkers, and you're more than welcome to do so. But so the shader is a program that you run inside the program. A shader is a specific program. It's a C-like syntax. And the point of it is to create a programmable pipeline. So it's not just color; it can do all sorts of amazing things, and we'll show this. But one of the main uses of it is indeed to decide what color to put where. That's the main functionality. But it can do so much more than that. And there's different types of shaders, not just shaders called fragment shaders, which are what they call shaders that handle what color should this pixel be, but also geometry shaders, as in take this basic geometry and apply it a whole bunch of different ways with all these variations, or assemble this complex thing out of this geometry grammar. You can do all of that in geometry shaders. There's all sorts of great things. So they're general purpose programs. And that's what we're seeing with OpenCL and CUDA, CUDA, whatever it is that they're turning these graphics pipelines and these things that are basically into general purpose little supercomputers that just do lots of parallel computations. Not just graphics are very well suited to this environment, but there's other stuff that's very well suited to anything that can be highly parallelized is great for these things. Hey, what's up, Rody? Thank you for good morning. We got lots of people joining us this morning. This is great. We're kind of going over a quick theory review and trying to figure out, get oriented in Blender this morning. So where we left off last week was we can define scenes in a JSON syntax and then import them into our game using 3JS. And you can see the beauty thing is there's hardly any code here, right? Nothing. But with all of this, we can still load, like for example, we loaded up a scene just like this and saw it lit and all of that. So we tested our pipeline and it worked great. The problem is right now is that the exporter seems to have broke over the weekend, the Blender exporter, even though I have it. So we can go through Collada, which is another type. Watch it, we can do this. We'll get into export. I have another route to fix this. And we'll only have to make a slight change. What we'll have to do here is instead of this object loader, we'll have to take a look at the asset. Instead of leading JSON, we'll have to do scene DAE and then have it. So we'll need 2 more lines of code to support that whole other different format. Pretty rough, right? This is what I'm talking about. I say this every week and I'll say it every week after. The good coding is about not using code. It's about not writing code. It's about eliminating code. Last week we had about 3 times as much code to do like a tiny fraction of what this can do now. So 9 times out of 10, really good coding is going to involve taking stuff out, and or eliminating stuff that you like because you thought you were clever coming up with it. You got to let go of that and just use the library someone else wrote. So we don't have to define hard code our lights. We don't have to hard code our any of this stuff. All we say is we have a scene, a renderer, and then we load our scene from, we made a syntax error there. We load our scene, which is defined as, now we have the problem of validating and maintaining these JSON files, right? But that is handled for us by Blender. And we don't have to use JSON. There's actually there's an XML format. Let's do that too. Let's just do this. Let's actually just support this. Since that one is broken, let's fix it, right? So if we export Collada and we want to come down here, oh wow, they give you almost nothing. See, the Blender exporter, you have to explicitly select all the options you want. Here, this is just going to do our scene. So let's call this cube scene, right? What was the other one? Scene cube JSON. This is going to be scene cube DAE, and we want that under assets. Right, is that common assets? Yeah, okay. Okay, import. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. Was I using the wrong one? Wait a minute. No, it's still not there. So there's a bunch of different formats we can use. What we're going to use is DAE, which is a generic, it's a Collada open. The Collada is it's like an open standard, an XML standard. It's wicked verbose and it's really ugly and complex. I'll show you. Compared to the JSON, this sucks. This is why we were using the other one. Export DAE. Okay. Go to assets. Here we go. This is what I would have expected. Oh, we can do apply modifiers in the Collada. That's helpful. So modifiers are basically just like transforms or modifications to the underlying geometry. We could do like you could, for example, create a plane and then describe a terrain in terms of modifiers by warping the terrain with modifiers, stuff like that. But it can be done in programmatically. Is useful. So textures, copy, include material textures, include UV textures. Only selected UV. Let me see here. Collada triangulate. Sort by object name. What else? We don't care. I don't really care about modifiers. We don't have any of that, I don't believe. All right. Cube scene, right? Scene cube. So now, see, same thing as this. Look at how much more hard it is to read, though. Right? Pain in the butt. Yeah, but of course now the thing about the Collada is that it actually has a lot more. It can be a lot more specific in how it defines stuff because it is more complex. It's got more depth to it. It is that way because it's a generic standard that's supposed to work with all of these high-profile professional 3D tools, including Blender. But if we look at 3JS, let's go to our documentation now. We will let me just figure out what the syntax is. Oh, there we go. Okay. 3. Oh, a nice example. So the cool thing about Collada too, actually, is like you say, you can, like as it shows here, you can actually export animations and textures and all that stuff too, of which you can technically do with JSON, but it's not as well supported. So, oh, this is really what we're looking for. Wait a minute, let me bookmark this. Yeah, I want that. So let's Collada. Loader Collada, there we go. So let's see, how do we get to source? View source? Bam, okay, good. Collada loader. Option convert up axis equals true. Oh, see, that's probably one of those things that you really want to make sure you check. Okay, let's take a look at our code. We're going to add our Collada import, rather. Whoops, that's not right. That's what I thought it was. See, this actually makes sense to me because one of the first things you have to decide is exactly where the up axis is, which one's Z, and etc. And I do think that we want I'm pretty sure we want this. So how do we do the objects loaded? Okay, we're logging it. So here now we just need to add some objects, like we need to identify them. Oh, well, you know what? We can't do these both at the same time anyway. We want some logic too. Actually, no, we don't. Yeah, here's the only problem, right? Here's the interesting thing is one of the problems we had. One of the things about the JSON loader that worked is we knew exactly where to get the camera. Let's take a look and see how it works with the Collada loader. For now, we'll just kind of substitute. See, it's interesting that they chose to do it this way with a different loader per one. Wouldn't you want to wrap that up? I would want to put like an abstract parent class over all of these that you would use a factory to get an abstract interface or an instance of a loader, and under the hood would be either an object loader, a collada loader, or whatever loader you want. Like, why should I care? I don't like that the interface requires me to know which loader I want. Why do I want to know? Should just figure that out from the file thing, right? Why do I have to specify it? That's just an opportunity for things to go wrong. Am I right about that? What do we think, chat? Am I missing something? Just that's the way it looks to me. So let's try the collada loader. The light isn't going to work at first, right? Can't do that. We got to figure out what the object is. We're just going to load it. So no scene will load when we do this now, but we will log the collada object that loads, which should be like it should actually, this might even work. We just got to figure out what the child of what the camera is, and if it's the same child. But it should be something similar to this, and we will learn that by logging it. Okay. Everyone following along so far? Vivaria demo, that's where, okay. We got to fix this. We didn't have Make and Mend Monday because of Labor Day, so my build is still crap. Excellent. Okay. Exactly what we wanted. Console. Collada loader is not defined. What did I do wrong here? Oops. You are too correct, sir. Excellent. I like this loop. This is a very nice generic loop, right? Everyone understand what's happening? Or we might as well, while this is gorgeous, let's go ahead and look and go through it again for anyone. So we start by adding a document listener to the DOM content loaded event here. So as soon as the page is finished loading, we get load assets, which immediately starts loading our assets. Remember, we're not even at starting the game yet because we need assets to start our game, to use in our game. Right? So we load our assets, and what we do is we set up our loader, we do what we got to do here, and then we tell it to load. At this point, that fires off an asynchronous task to load the object. And when it is finished object loaded, this gets called because we give it this callback. Then after every, oh, we made a mistake here. Yeah. Well, the reason we put this one object loaded, because yes, we're only doing one object. We're loading one object as one file, and everything is defined in it. So when this is done, we fire start because we're only loading one. We're never going to load multiple ones here. That's why this works. If we're loading multiple ones, this logic doesn't work. We have to update it a bit. So as soon as that object is loaded, now we hit start. Start hits render. Render, this is basically Quest Animation Frame is an OpenGL call. And this is where we pass it our render context. We call update, which is where we will update the stuff that is not associated with rendering, and then we render the scene with the camera, which is why we have to go into the object here and get the camera out. Everything make sense? It's not that complicated. So that's our whole game loop right there. That's it. You know, we're going to add some event handlers for our UI and stuff, but this won't change. This is going to be our game loop. This is our game engine right here, the whole freaking thing, because pretty much everything else is defined by is going to be defined by JavaScript function callbacks and JSON or XML. We'll basically hook abstract anonymous JavaScript functions to API points, so we can mod it very easily. The whole game will be in the form of a mod. That's the way to do it. Don't make a game, make a mod of, make your game in the form of a mod for your game. That's what most games do these days. I've noticed the good ones, the smart ones, if they really want a big mod scene. The light isn't great in here. I could increase the light, but I look like crap. I don't know if that's a dangerous game I'm playing there. Hey, what's up, Taylor? No kidding. Welcome. Good morning and welcome. Actually, I surprised to see you here. I didn't know if you were like a morning person or not, but it's good to see you. This is a friend from a gaming couple, the AGC family, and we hang all the time. So again, and also I want to hype them. The Dave and Nat have a stream many evenings. Taylor, if you actually could do, I'll link them in a bit, but I don't know their exact schedule, but basically when I see them ping, I actually have an alert. One of the few Twitch alerts I use them. So when they pop on, I go watch them whenever I can. It's a great stream, great community. Highly recommend them. Can't recommend them enough. But Taylor is an integral part of that scene. So Taylor, we're just going through and kind of we reviewed. I'm not going to go back over it just for you if you don't mind. But I know you well enough to. I hope you won't take offense. But we're just going over what we finished doing on Friday, and we're starting to add a new loader. So when I was exporting from Blender, the exporter I installed isn't working because we don't see it here when we do our export. We should see Blender, but we don't. So we're going to support Collada, which is a different open format that I happen to know is supported by 3JS. So in order to do this, we've now loaded it up, the exported one. We exported a new scene. So now we should be able to see it in our browser here by, oh wait. Thank you, Taylor. Honorary mod status, thank you. The WebGL renderer, okay. Oh no. Collada is not a function. You don't say. I really think it is though. Yo, I said. You know what we can do? I just realized. You know what I was talking about that. I'm sorry, I was getting pinged there. So, baby's mama. Where did I misspell this? I must have screwed something up here. When in doubt, assume I'm an idiot. Let's see what we got. No, that's right, isn't it? Good job. I'm so excited. I've almost got Mimi crate trained. The dog I took on is doing really well, and she's being really sweet, and she's fine. She's like going into her crate on command now. She won't stay there for super long, but she will as long as I'm like kind of watching over her. We'll work on that. Whoops. What did I just do? What happened? What happened? Where are you, IDE? Where did you go? I didn't even know you could do that. I just like learned something about the Mac UI here. I don't know what I just did, but I sent it to this nether region where it no longer exists. It exists but does not exist. Thank you, Taylor. All right, testing. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. We'll go to my ambient mic here. And I don't have to wear my I don't want to have to wear my headphones anyways. It's better for me. So again, Taylor is rock. She rocks. Good friend. We hang out a lot. So what we're gonna do, it's awesome when we have friends stop by. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much too. So what we're having a problem. We got to load our loader. This is easy enough. The way we're doing this, there's two basic ways you can load libraries with Node and JS. The way we're going to do this, this is a client-side app, right? So for us, in this context, we want to load it up by using this, by just loading scripts in our header or in our body, the bottom of our body, so they happen when we get loaded. The other way to do it would be like on the server side, just for quick reference, where is it? We have a server here. Like the other way we do it is in here. We can do import, require, loopback, yada, yada, yada. The two different ways we do this use two different build systems. Just to review, we have Bower and NPM. Where are you, package? So our dependency is already taken care of because we have it under vendor. Vendor, where is it? The vendor, let's figure out where the thing we want is. It's under 3JS. Aha. Okay, so it's under the examples. See, this is the stuff about 3JS that's a little squirrely, right? It's not very intuitive sometimes. The fact that you need to load up the loader for, the official loader for Collada, one of the most, advanced and well-supported standards out there, is under the examples loaders. That's its official spot in the source tree. It's a little strange. I understand there's no point in having it be somewhere twice, but still. It's not the first place I would think to look. I don't know about you guys. And anyways, but we care not because we know where it is now, right? So let's get rid of some of our code. We've got way too much going on here. Way too much going on. Let's get our, where are we? Where do we go? Somebody help me. What am I looking for? I'm looking for an HTML file, which is in the client somewhere, which is under source, which would be under, where the hell is it? Oh, views. There we go. Index. Okay. Where's 3? Right here. Let's load it right under 3. That was really nice, Taylor swing by. 3JS examples. Yeah, if we don't have a source distribution, if we had a source distribution, I suspect we would have a more sane path to the Collada loader. I bet that gets pulled in from a source tree when it's distributed on a disk or a build. We'd have to look at. We could look at the source code building. Okay, so the object loader is included by default. The Collada loader, it looks like we have to add explicitly. That's quite all right. Examples.js, does that look right to you? Yeah. It's for some reason that looked like GTPFO to me the first time I saw it. Get the fuck out of here. All right, what do we got? Vendor 3JS, examples.js, loaders, Collada loader. I think that shall work. I declare this shall work. We must assemble. Assets assemble.
And we'll compile just for the heck, because I'm superstitious when it comes to coding. I'm very rational Bayesian under normal circumstances, but when it comes to like compiling and coding, I'm like a baseball player, like super superstitious. I've just seen too many weird things. All right, now where am I? Yes, we're in the right place. We want to be in the browser. We want to reload. Okay, good. That's a good problem. That's not a bad problem. I can live with that problem. Yeah, very good, very good. I wonder if that file extension isn't something that it likes, but let's just, it's most likely just simply not there. Client, this is our linked one, right? It isn't. I know why. Okay, so we are, when we do our assemble, it's sending all our JSON and our images, but it's not doing DAE. We need a more generic build task there. This we no longer need open because we figured it out. That we do want open. Comment, we know that's there. This is like a source now. It's just not copying that DAE. So let's go into our build, which is this gulp file. We're using gulp for our build for some reason. I'm not exactly sure. It just kind of, it seemed to me like the simplest build system, but the more I use it, the more the less I like it, really, because it's just a little too simple. It's very nice for simple builds. It's awesome, but for slightly, the more complex your builds get, the less appropriate it is, I think. But I would love something that was like a Maven version of this with like, if like that's what Gradle was kind of supposed to be. It was like a Groovy based build system like Gulp, similar to Gulp, but with the Maven kind of infrastructure behind it, package management and dependency and stuff like that, which is really, really good. It's on its own level. I mean, aside from like there's some standards that almost no one supports, like Glassfish or whatever it is, like tried to support that standard. There's like this package standard that's kind of like what COM is to Microsoft, but it's so over the top, like pie in the sky, support everything that it's like no one actually really uses it that I can see. Which goes to show you, there's a sweet spot between too simple and too complex and too generic and too specific. And finding that balance is where the art and development is often. So we are loading this now. We're just not finding our cube because it is not there, because it's not coming over when we do the assets. So when we do our assemble, let's just do, let's just simply assemble assets. So we can put all our scenes in now. It will support Collada. Oh, wait. Let's do this. A few more. We don't want people to have to know what Collada is. JSON is actually called JSON. Everyone knows what JSON is. Everyone knows what JSON is. At least in a dev stream. Maybe, I bet you Rody doesn't know what JSON is. But it just means a JavaScript object. It's JavaScript with no code. That's all it is. Simple enough. And we use it like, again, that's what this is. We use it to define data. So it's just like XML, which is extensible markup language, which is like HTML, but generic. But we can use it to define our own data structures implicitly. You can see we have objects and we have arrays. The bracket means a list of things, and this means a specific object. And this is a parameter, and that's a value. And that's it. That's all there is to it. Everything is a string, or technically a string or a float or a Boolean, but very simple. Very simple. And it works really well. It's very easy. It's a very easily readable and like fairly terse syntax, which is why it's become so popular. And it's easily compressed into binary formats, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone still following? Have I bored everyone to tears so far yet? Anyone falling asleep yet? So we've got this working. We've got our Collada working. This is getting long enough that I'm going to format this a bit. Let's try this again. Colada. It took a whole 19 milliseconds. I think I got all day here. Okay, no, that's all right. That's what we're supposed to see because we haven't started the freaking server. Do that a million times a day, which is why I gotta fix my build. Must drive people crazy watching it. Okay, good. Camera is not defined. No, I know that. Oh, look at our rendering. That's our frames going, right? Awesome. That was cool. Anyways. Okay, cool. So it's actually doing what we want. It's that we're using the camera every, like, if we go here, I just forgot to comma out a line, right? If we go here, you'll notice we don't want to actually render the scene. We'll just do the update, request the frame, and because we don't have the camera yet, we got to get the camera by printing out this object when we load, right before start. So now we got to compile, but we're getting our we're loading our asset. So that's half the battle. God, I look terrible. I wish I'd shaved. Wait a minute, what did I say? Gulp code? Gulp code? What is that? What the hell is that? Write my code. Gulp, gulp, write my project for me. Gulp. Gulp, do what I mean. That would be an easy button. We are experimenting in Blender. Indeed, Adam. Thank you for joining us, by the way. Welcome back. Adam's a regular. Welcome. Everyone give him a warm welcome. We are indeed. Adam, something funny happened. Over the weekend, without touching my code and without updating Blender, the Blender export plugin we installed in Blender seems to be gone because you can engage it and select it in the preferences, but when you go to export, the option is not there like it was last week when we did the exact same step. So we're doing the same thing over again and getting different results. Something has to have changed, but I don't know what it is. So rather than bang my head against that during a stream when we really don't have, when we want to make progress, I realize it's relatively easy for us to just support another export syntax. So we're going to just try exporting to XML and add a new object loader to import the XML, which is only a few lines of code because of the way we're doing it, which is again which is why I'm so smart, ha ha ha, right? This is why I did it this way. And this is why I was so excited. I might not have seemed like it was a big deal last Friday, but this is a perfect example. Like something happens, this breaks. We would normally have to sit here, excuse me, and figure it out and rewrite our code. If we had to want to support DAE, totally different format. XML doesn't support JSON. We were parsing JSON before. That was a terrible way to do it, right? And it was just to get started. That's why now we can switch a few lines and go for entirely different syntax to do the exact same thing when we have a problem. You got to assume things will break. You got to assume you got to find an alternate route through these problems until you can resolve it, right? So that's what we're going to do here, right here, and show how easy and awesome it is. That's the fact that we can do this quickly here should vindicate the whole point of what we did Friday, in my mind. We will have already saved ourselves whatever time we did by rewriting that, right? Yep, that makes sense. It's kind of a balance between what you know and opportunity cost, and coding is really. It's being productive is kind of often counterintuitive development I've found. What looked like a waste of time on Friday is hopefully going to seem like a really smart on Wednesday. We hope. So, did I do a compile? I did a compile. We're going to do an assemble just in case, and we'll start up and see what we got. Yeah, I assume that's what happened. I update Blender through, I install Blender through Steam, so I kind of assumed that I would, and the reason I did that was because I was hoping I could use Steam to kind of track what was updating to Blender. But I suspect maybe there was updates in the background within the Blender context itself that clearly updated itself that Steam was either unaware of or it just has nothing to do with. I suspect that's the most likely explanation for what we're seeing. We will fix it, because I suspect if I just reinstall it, it'll probably work just fine. But I just took this as an opportunity to try a different way to solve this problem. Awesome. See, look it. Perfect. This is exactly what we wanted. Oops, hey. I just sent this up to the wrong monitor. Hold on. Okay, beautiful. Everyone see this? That's what I'm thinking too, Adam. I think that, so let's look at what we got. Scene, and it's a group. Where's our camera? Where it's going to be under children, right? Object 3D. Camera, here it is. Children. 3D camera perspective. Perfect. So everyone understand why I just did what I did, right? I just printed out this out because before, when we loaded up with the JSON object, if you look here, like ultimately this is a simpler graph. Think of this as a graph. That's the way to look at it. When you see this, this is like a nested tree of stuff, right? But the real way to think about this is as a graph. Just do that in your head. The graph for this and this are not the same. They're very similar, but they're not quite the same, which means that even though in mine, all I have to do is go to object children, and the first one is camera, is exactly what camera, that actually gets translated into the proper 3JS camera. The 3JS perspective camera I'm looking for here is now object scene children, children 0, children 0, right? So we have to, we need the navigation needed to change. Now we know what the navigation needs to be. And so that's all we really needed. And we're done. So now, we do not have to, we say, where is the scene? Yeah. Equals object scene. Scene equals object scene. We don't need to, see this is the other thing too. I don't think we need to even update, we don't need to add anything to the scene because this is complete. The collada gives us a lot more information than the JSON. So I suspect that this is, actually we just want that, right? And then the camera, and I'm going to keep the old code here because we're going to want to support both, I suspect. Or maybe not, really? Really? Let's think about that. Do we care? Let's question everything. Do we really care? See, the problem here with this is we're also making assumptions about which camera. Right now, I'm just going in and saying, yeah, I know the camera happens to be here in the first. That's not always necessarily going to be true. What we really want to do is loop down here until we find something of type 3 perspective camera and say, aha! Actually, what we want to do is go down and push a stack of cameras, and then we go through them, and then do some heuristic to decide which is the main camera because it has metadata main versus metadata equals minimap versus metadata equals def cam, yada yada, right? Does that make sense? We won't have any of that in our little puzzle game, but there's no need, not reason not to make it generic. That's my point, because if you understand the theory and the math behind it, it's really simple to do it generic. It's easier to do it generic than make it specific, which is why it's worth investing in understanding the underlying stuff. In my opinion, this is again just your mileage may vary in your particular application, your particular project, your particular style of development. All of that could be totally false. You know what I mean? It's more important to have a philosophy than what your philosophy is. Have a philosophy and live it is much more important than your philosophy be great when it comes to development in mind. Consistency matters more, just doing it over and over again. So scene, object, children, children. Let's make sure I got that right. Yeehaw. I think that's correct. So now we can undo this, and let's see if we get our rendering, if we get our scene. Wouldn't that be cool? If this just worked. Hey, thank you, man. Hey, Klaus Jenkins, welcome. I don't know if I've seen you before. If I missed you before, well, I apologize. If this is your first time, welcome. And if you're a Blender, if you're familiar with Blender, I would love to have people who know Blender to stop by, because I don't know Blender. We're going to figure it out ourselves. I know the underlying theory behind it, and I understand the math and how it works. I could implement something like Blender, but I over time. But I don't know how to use Blender, but we are going to figure it out, and we're going to get proficient in real time in front of you, day after day on the camera. So you guys can either come and blap and point at me while I struggle with it, or you can come and wonder at my acumen as I pick this stuff faster than you can imagine. Either one would be probably fun. Yeah, sometimes a generic solution isn't fast enough. That's a very good point. And that is a very good point that quite frequently there is but I think the only thing I would qualify your statement with is that the trading off with making code generic does not necessarily mean you have an implicit trade-off with performance. You can, in my mind, you can hit a performance profile that you need and be as generic, and how generic you make that code is decoupled, can be decoupled from how efficient the solution is. And if you look, and the proof to this is, look at something like the Boost library, right? It's about as generic as C++ gets. Indeed, it is meant to be the standard reference point of how to write generic code in C++ using the standard template library and using the principles of the standard template, right? And using templates, right? You don't really need to understand the guts to use it effectively, but if you see the guts, you'll understand that it's very generic. And it's syntactically complex often because of the nature of the language, but it's very generic. So in some contexts, there is a trade-off between something being generic and something being efficient, but that's not always the case. It is often, like for OpenGL and with hardware, dedicated hardware with graphics tape, that is often the case. And this is, I suspect, that where Adam was getting at. In the context of game development, that can be the case because there is often that trade-off with graphics hardware. Like, and the solution, the way around this is shaders. That's what we were getting at before. We can create our own pipeline specifically the way we want, and make sure that every vertex is handled the way we want, and every fragment, every pixel is handled the way we want, and that every element in the scene is handled the way we want, etc. Right? And we'll get to all that. It's actually not as bad as it seems. Each individual thing is actually pretty well understandable, and the math is not completely insane. It's a bunch of multiplication under the hood. It's just making sure you do it in the right order for the most part. So I believe we built and everything, but I'm going to just do it one more time. And after that little diversion, again, if I'm speaking too fast, by the way, I have a tendency to start speaking very rapidly when I'm discussing subjects I enjoy or find interesting. So if I just start getting to, hey, well, let me check here. Okay. Well, no, I mean, I did to see that it's not that templates aren't efficient. Again, keep in mind that templates are specifically a compile time thing. Like, templates don't really have anything to do with runtime. They have a compile time cost, which is because it's enforced at compile time, right? Templates are C++ templates are like a form of metaprogramming. They're a little different than Java. Java generics have more runtime implication than C++ templates, which is not to say that you can't have effects that are only manifested runtime because of template programming. It's that templates, my understanding is, oh yeah, it affects build time, absolutely. But I'll sacrifice build time for runtime efficiency any day. If that's a trade-off I can make, if I can take a longer build for a more efficient runtime in an environment where I'm trying to hit performance performance profiles or performance SLAs, service level agreements, I will take that trade because that will generally be a good trade. You know, just like again, I will usually in the beginning do the exact opposite. I will throw away efficiency for programmer efficiency early on, and then I will profile. One of the things I feel is or a bat file. Well, I mean, I recommend using a full-fledged build system if you can. I mean, even Gulp is a little underpowered for me, I'm finding already, even in this simple program. I recommend a good build system. CMake is what I really like. CMake is pretty much seems like the standard go-to solution these days. It's cross-platform, and you know, it'll spit out project templates, and it does a lot of the work that you need. CMake is a good project. And if you want to see a great example of how to use CMake for cross-platform development, take a look at the libcinder, Libcinder. It's a libcinder library. That source code is a very good example. Again, a terrific example of how you can write relatively generic code using C++ that is very high performance. It's pretty generic code. It's a well written API. It's got the right level of abstraction, a little bit above OpenGL, but a little bit below like something like 3JS. It's right in my wheelhouse. I highly recommend it. But just as an example of code, the code is very well written. It's a great example of a library, of a high quality library, just like Boost. Because again, another play. That's where I look for my reference code. When I want to know how to do something right, I look at the Boost source code. Myself. So, what are we logging? This is the DAE object after it gets translated into JSON format, right? If we look at the scene, we saw, okay, we have the children. That's the camera. There's its matrix. Camera. It's got one child, which is the actual perspective camera, and that's what we grabbed. Okay, let me look at my code again. What do we do wrong? We're not logging anything, first of all, right? We're just logging the scene when we first, where do we have, there we go. Yeah, we're loading the collada, we're logging that. Let's do this. Let's log the scene, make sure that looks right. But we're pretty close. We got some little squirrely error here, but once we fix that, we'll be good. I suspect this camera is wrong, that's why we're not seeing anything. The scene's probably right, but the camera's wrong. You don't like build system too sophisticated and it's a real pain on a Windows, no special folder dependency for libraries to go. Well, that's, again, I would take a look at Cinder. It's not necessarily a complicated build. If you don't like build systems, though, I recommend don't use build systems. I mean, if a batch file works for you, then don't let anyone tell you to use otherwise. If it works for you, great. I've used all sorts of crazy. Like I've done build scripts in Perl because that just was what I had available to me and what would have worked the fastest and what was the simplest way to just get it done without getting fired. CMake, though, I do recommend taking a look at CMake. See, look at that. So that is our scene, and that is our camera. And that is the proper 3JS perspective camera. Oh, I know what our problem is. The scene, like this, there's like an object. There's got to be something in here. Where is it? The group itself isn't, like, we don't have a, we have to create a scene and add it to it. We do have to add that other code. So when we did this, instead of scene equals object scene, we want to do what we were doing here, which is scene add object scene. Let's try this. Where do we create? It was a new scene. That was our problem. Okay, I see there. Yeah, we were making a scene. That looks right to me. We created a scene. We add this in the root of the scene because we don't want to overwrite the scene object. And then we take the camera directly and render with that camera. This should work. Let's try it out. It'd be interesting to see if the lighting model changes because of the format we export, right? Let's see if that changes. We tried to compile Clementine Player. They used CMake as a build system and failed badly because of over 10 dependencies that I need to compile, as well as not close time to spend time on it. Well, I'll tell you what, Adam. Hey, what's up, Cloper? Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. We're adding a new format. We're currently adding a new export-import format, a new pipeline, so to speak, a new route for our pipeline to go from Blender to our game engine, because we had a problem with the exporter for the JSON loader, and because it's kind of limited. I wasn't super thrilled with the results we got. And I'm hoping that the Collada exporter will have more detail and provide more context for the scene to start with. And we're just testing it out. And it's turned out to be fairly easy because of all those changes we made Friday. We just made a couple lines of code change here. In the end, I think it's going to be the exact same, like we're just replacing 2 lines of code when it's all said and done. We'll have that support, I believe, here. So, very cool. We are back to doing our devcast. I hope you had fun with the. I hope everyone had fun with the. I thank you for indulging me. I hope everyone had fun with the RimWorld cast, because I really did, and I'm not gonna do those during the day, I think, anymore, because it just seemed like most of the people that stopped by during the day were like, hey, where's the devcast and where's your face and what's going on here? Whereas at night we get like, we get up to like 20, 25 people watching a night on that at between like 8 and 12, when the West Coast is kind of getting out and the Europe is, kind of winding down. Right, that's a really nice sweet spot, I've noticed. So we'll keep the game stuff in the evenings, and we'll keep going the devcast during the day. So keep you guys out. I'm just trying to kind of follow what the viewers are doing here. The only reason I'm playing around with this stuff and experimenting is because I'm trying to find what it is you guys want the most, and to make this the most fun and the most rewarding for everyone. And I think that includes both playing games and doing development. We don't want to do everything. We don't want to just do one thing over and over again. Oh yeah, geez, yeah. Well, that probably would not. I could probably do that. I could get away with that some on another time. That's a different streaming service, I think. You'll have to use your imagination. But we're not here for cheap views, man. We're not here for cheap follows, right? We're doing this the hard way. We're going to do this the. We have integrity, damn it. We're doing this for art. Like, really. I mean, it's kind of sad. We really are. But this is resizing. Okay, so this is resizing. Let's go in our loop and see what we got here. What are we doing wrong in our loop? We're pretty close. Oh, my, you know what I got to do here? Wait, let me fix my overlay a little bit. If you'll bear with me. Where are you? Show overlay. Oh, hey. We're getting lewd. Chat's getting lewd. We're going to have to time out people out if they don't close themselves down. What were we doing? Where were we? Show overlay. I just want to give this that, like, when I get it. Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. Good enough. It was like 1.5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little faster. It does seem a little responsive. You keep in mind, I'm figuring out the technical issues here. One of the reasons I did the Gamecast too was to test the limits of my hardware and test the limits of my attention and to test the limits of my network and etc. And it worked pretty well. We got a good like 5-6 hour cast going with a couple drop frames here and there, but no real DCs, which is highly successful for the hardware I'm using right now. Highly successful. So, yeah, it seems that the chat update really seems to be more reliant on Twitch than anything else, as far as I can tell. Now, we are properly finding our scene. This is a 3JS scene and perspective camera. Okay, so we're doing one quick problem here. Let me just check something. What are we logging? Are we logging the same thing we're setting to scene? Yeah, no, that is a scene. It's the object. I think, yeah, this is a group for scene. You know what, actually, let's add the children of the scene. One second here. Let's go back to logging the object. I'm logging the wrong thing here. The camera is right. It's one of the, it's the scene. It is, see, that's what I don't get. We want to add the children of object scene children to object, to scene. Right? It's good to see so many regulars here this early. I mean, normally we don't have, you know, in the morning can be a little slow, but it's starting to pick up. I think we had people waiting for us this morning, which is nice to see. Again, thank you so much. It's nice to, the response has been getting better and better every day, and that's really awesome. And it's all up to you guys too. I mean, I'll come here and code every day for you guys, and I'll play games at night for you, but it's really up to you guys to show up and make this thing a scene. Otherwise, there's no point in me being here, right? So it's all about you guys. And so far, we have a really awesome viewer base. And we are really grateful to have everyone. It's evening where you are. Yes, yeah, I'm sorry. It is actually early afternoon where I am. It's 12:50 p.m. here on the eastern seaboard of the United States. I'm in Providence, Rhode Island, which you probably haven't heard of. But if you have, it's pretty neat. Providence is a very hip town. It's kind of like, you know, if you've heard about like Portland, Oregon, it's kind of like a small East Coast version of that. It's like a very funky, liberal, eclectic, artistic, funky town. Very gorgeous architecture. I mean, if people come here just to kind of check out the architecture, some of them, this is a really old city by American standards, so there's a lot of amazing architecture association with Edgar Allan Poe and Lovecraft and all that fun stuff. It's like kind of a spooky town too, kind of one of those things. So. Oh no, are you kidding me? Please, if you try, one of the things I noticed really young, like, but even on the early, like in the '80s and BBS days when I was a young kid, was that, you know, the kids in Iran or say the kids in, you know, some of the weirder places I would talk to were just like me, you know, and for like the kids in Russia that could speak English or that I could speak to were just like me. I mean, there really wasn't any, you know, everyone's kind of the same. You know, and everywhere I go, I've been lucky enough. I traveled around the world. You know, been to Indonesia and Malaysia and Australia and let's see where else. Amsterdam. I'm missing a few places, but I've been to both the east and west coast of the U.S. Everyone's the same everywhere you go. You know, and again, I actually really like that we get a lot of European viewers and we get some West Coast viewers, which is almost like, I mean, it's funny because people, the U.S. is very big, so to make generalizations about anyone in the United States is tough to do because, like, Rhode Island is so different from, like, say, Arkansas or Texas or Tennessee or, you know, it's just, or even California. It's a little more, California and Rhode Island are a little bit more similar in terms of like stuff like that, but. Oh, GMT for your stream. That is a fantastic. I can't imagine I didn't think of that. That is such a good idea. It's such a good idea. Oh, Cloper, you are the MVP. We're like, way to go. That's the first MVP move today. That's the first like replay-worthy move, right? That is such a great idea, and I will start doing that. That is perfect. Because we do, and actually it's great for the West Coast people too. I mean, well, the West Coast people know EST, I think. Like, you know, because in America you start doing the math automatically between Central and West Coast, and if you talk to people around the country, you quickly start doing the math. But Europe is harder to remember. You know, I think it's, for me, it's 5 hours. They're 5 hours ahead of me, right? Yeah, like UK is 5 hours ahead of me. Now I shouldn't say Europe because Europe is multiple time zones, but yeah. But thank you, Cloper, and I will do that. From going forward, we will do all times in GMT. Maybe what I'll do is for like my local stuff here, I'll do EST, and then but on Twitch, I definitely should be doing GMT because it is an international crowd. There's no question about it. Okay, we were doing the wrong thing there. We were logging the wrong thing. We're going to go back. Excellent point, Cloper. Thank you. There. That's weird. Look at that. That was really lagging there. That was. My laptop can't handle it. Oh, she's straining. She's straining, compiling them JavaScripts. Not even compiling, copying. But I don't think it's really, I just think we had a little latency there. I don't think that was really, I would think that was more just a threading block thing. Give me my thing. What did I say? I said, give me my thing. You are running. I know you are. So stop lying to me. Okay. So if we look again, here's the scene, which is a 3JS group. I thought we could just add that to the scene, but apparently we cannot. What we could do is add the camera, add the object. This is the lamp, I'm sorry, and this is the object, right, the cube. So let's go through. We'll assume that I know that the DAE will be the same way, and that we'll always have a scene here. So let's just go through scene children and add those manually to the scene. That's a little more complex. We got to add an extra 3 lines. Uh-oh, hey, I lost my monitor for a minute. What's going on here? Excuse me if you will hold on one moment. Huh. All right. Sorry. Everything's falling apart here. I lost my monitor. What the heck happened? And my TV just died. Sorry, again, there's always like a technical difficulty with every freaking cast. Hopefully we'll get our monitor back shortly. There we go. Okay, LBS is back where it should be. Again, sorry for the technical interruption there. It looks like my TV just decided it was going to go off for no good reason. And it's back now. Okay. We have chat, right? Where's our chat? We have some chat. There we go. We're losing him. We're back. Can you guys hear it? Can you see me? Wait, one sec. So hopefully you guys can see me. If you cannot and I'm no longer streaming, let me know. I will reset here, but I've just texted in chat. So. Excellent. Thank you, Cloper. Just making sure. I can't tell sometimes. Again, like I said, you can see all my stuff popped up onto the screen because my second monitor went away for a second. I'm literally just everything. Our entire hardware here is just a laptop and a mouse, so, and a TV. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so that was really not that bad. We're okay. So what I was saying is we're going to try this. This is a little more complex. We're going to have to add an extra 3 lines to this code. All right, let's get rid of Blender, because that's gonna, yeah, that's all right for now. This takes up a lot of memory. Hey yo, seems like it's stuck. 1 second. Oh wait, no, yeah, good anyways. That's fine. All right. Hey, our friends are coming by. Awesome, thank you. Hey, Cloper, thanks for stopping by. Again, I appreciate it. You're always welcome, and you know you can come and go as please. Again, I really appreciate your presence, and again, appreciate you telling your friends. Thank you very much. If you think they're interested, and we'd love to have them. So, what we need to do here, for whatever reason, it doesn't like us adding this group as the child. So, really, what we want to do is scene children. So let's loop through all the children of the first scene object. The object is, wait a minute, let me look here. The object is the DAE, the scene is the group, and then the children of the group are what we're adding to the scene. It seems to be the way the object loader would do it versus the collada loader. So, we want to do scene, instead of this above, we want to add object scene children index. Whoops, and that's wrong. Where am I streaming? From where am I streaming? Hey, Klaus Jenkins. I believe I said hi to you before, but just in case. How are you doing? I am streaming from Providence, Rhode Island, which is on the East Coast. It's like about a 4-hour drive northeast of New York City and about an hour drive southwest from Boston. So nestled in between those two big cities there, we have this little city called Providence, which is the capital of Rhode Island, which is the smallest state in Rhode Island. For those of you who are over in Europe, I would not expect you to see this, because most of the maps you look at, if you can see the whole United States on the map, then the state of Rhode Island is probably under the star for Providence, as in the star for Providence covers the entire state, and almost all maps that show the entire United States. It's a tiny, tiny little state. You can drive across it diagonally about 45, 50 minutes going 60 miles an hour. And I-95, which is the big corridor, does indeed go diagonally through it. It takes less than an hour. Tiny little state. We're really more of a city-state with a lot of beaches and bridges. We're an archipelago. But it's a great little place because no one knows we're here, so we get left alone. We can be the way we want to be. No one notices us. No one gets pissed off by us, even though we don't really jive with the rest of the country from most things. If you look on a map, you'll see it. It's a tiny little place, tiny, tiny little state. It's like LA is bigger. LA is bigger than the state. Like the municipality, the greater LA region is much, much bigger than the state of Rhode Island, for example. The same thing, New York as a city, if you can count the boroughs, it's much bigger than Rhode Island as a state. Okay, this should be good, right? We agree here? I think this might be the secret sauce to function with it. So now the next thing we need to do, right? What we've done here is we've kind of figured out, we're figuring out how to do what we need to do. But now that we did this, we want to be able to support basically, when we add a new format, we want to be able to support the old ones too without giving up anything. Because maybe one's good for something, maybe another one's better for other things. We don't really quite know, but we don't want to fight the tools we have. If the tool will work, we want to use it. So we're going to support both of those, and we want to do that in an abstract way. As I was saying before earlier, I don't like that I have to know whether I'm loading Collada or I'm loading a JSON or I have to know that, and then I have to know the format. We want to abstract it away, so I just say load it. And if it's one of the supported formats, great. And if it's not, just don't bother with it. Log it in a file, a stream somewhere. Or if it's a dependency for something, a critical dependency, stop the build and yell at someone to fix it. Oh, var. What did I do? What did I do here? 31. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. So yeah, Rhode Island. It's neat. We're known for coffee milk. We have clams here. A lot of like what we call them quahogs, but everywhere else in the world seems to call them clams. But delicious little mollusks. We're known for. We have tons of them here in our Narragansett Harbor, Narragansett Bay rather. I haven't really done much. I have. Well, I mean, I have in that I've done like some modeling in Blender just to kind of fool around with it. But no, not really. We're gonna do it live for the first time class. We're gonna be. You're going to be learning it as I learn it. I understand the theory. I understand how it works. I understand why and how you use everything in Blender. But we're going to have to play with it a bit to get it to work the first time. And so it'll be. I'm hoping kind of interesting for people. If you're an experienced Blender, master, you can come here and help me. But you're not going to get a lot out of my stream because mine is going to be very much kind of an intro level stuff. I know a lot about 3D modeling, but I don't know any particular tool set other than OpenGL. And my monitor is doing this again. I wonder if I think maybe I'm like losing power here. So hopefully that'll come right back on. I'm not going to freak out like I did last time. We're going to continue the stream, and hopefully you guys can still see me. And let's see how this worked out. We're back. Okay, well, let's do this. What is it? Let's see if we can get. This is a new technical challenge. Everything just when it's one of those things when you first start streaming, you just when you think you've got everything all worked out, you will. Oh, look at that! Infinite Sean, infinite debauched sloth, infinite development into the future. Into the future. Come on, monitor, come back for me, please. Or maybe it's my HDMI cable. Let's see. Are you firmly seated in your? Yes, you are. Never tell when this thing's on or off. It takes like 30 seconds to turn on, so you're like, did I get it? I don't know. I just don't know. I could. So, back to where we were. Hopefully that wasn't too much of a diversion for you. Have I ever done anything in Blender? Yeah. No, this is going to be it. And we're doing a 3D puzzle game, so it's mostly what we're going to explore is doing orthographic projections, both from the top and isometric, and then maybe even perspective too. So we'll play around with it. We're going to try all our options and come up with something that works. That loop killed my connection. Yeah. My internet my upstream should be really good. It's usually like 30-35 meg. So I mean, and I'm rendering at like 2K. What do we have? We got 0 drop frames, 1 hour and 35 minutes in, and yeah, 2,130 or so K per second. So I think I'm getting to Twitch pretty good. I'm hitting Twitch pretty well, I believe. For 720, we should be able to catch 720 or so. Okay, I didn't do it. I didn't do the clock. But we are going to do some Blender stuff. I'm just trying to get an import-export going again. This is a minor diversion this morning. I thought this would actually take less time than this, honestly. To be perfectly honest. So I'm a little disappointed. I thought this would be a little easier, but it's still pretty easy. I mean, we're adding support for this entirely different file format. There we go. It is a scene, right? And it's children. Aha! It does have a group, which it creates an implicit group, it looks like, right, with no name. And then it puts the children in it. And we have a camera. The only thing I see that's different. Oh, perfect. No, that's perfect. I do know what I see when on my screen, but not when my second monitor just decides it's no longer working for a minute or two at a time every like half hour or so. During that period, I don't know actually what's on my screen. I have to assume. I mean, I do from memory until it comes back, but that's why the first time I got a little weirded out because I wasn't sure what was going on. But it doesn't really affect you because it's just a stuff I'm watching OBS and the chat, and I use that for like my sound routing, and I use that for a few other things. So and then I have my development down in here where you can see me. So the only thing that's different here, I notice, is that we have container objects for each one of the children. Like they create an empty 3D object to hold each of these. There's a group. They create an implicit group. So we were fine with copying that scene as the child. That's not our problem. The perspective camera is right. Let's try this again. Let's go back. We don't need to loop over that. That's the important thing. We don't need to loop over that. In fact, I think that's bad because that's where the implicit objects are coming from. I think it's creating groups for an object 3D for it to wrap it up. Because what we really... Oh, wait a minute. This was my problem. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Yes. This is what I meant to do. Okay. So hopefully maybe we did get it. Yeah, so we're newbies to Blender too. and you'll learn with me. That's the idea here. Is we'll learn it together. And how long you need to use Blender for your game? I mean, we're going to be using it throughout the entire development process, I suspect, for making our assets. You know, the modeling assets and working with textures, doing animations, etc. That's what I think we're going to end up using for most of this stuff. Because either that, when it's easier to just code it by hand, sometimes it's easier to just code stuff by hand. Like if I want to make a cube, right now we're exporting cubes and stuff in between Blender and the game engine. That obviously is not really worth doing, right? You know, I can define a cube by just using one. You know, you can just very easily define a cube as a series of vertices and planes and do the math very simply and then scale it however you want, right? So it's almost like not worth modeling a cube, especially since most rendering APIs will just give you make a cube with a single API call. The same thing with spheres and most generic shapes. With spheres, you have a whole bunch of different ways you can triangulate it, but usually there's a standard. They use like the globe, hemispherical latitude way of doing it. Another way of doing it is like a hexagonal type. Well, not all hexagons, but you need to have some pentagons, right? Topology. Topology is destiny, my friends. Topology is destiny. I love that quote. So we will figure this out. I think probably actually about a week. Say, I would suggest that after about a week of playing with it day in and day out, for about a week, I will be proficient enough to do 90% of what I need to do to keep making progress. That is my estimation. And we'll see how, this is a grid, but we're calling this now. Like I'm saying it for the whole internet to see, I'm saying this in public. And we'll see how right or wrong I am, right? I'm suggesting that if we really start getting into it like today, that by next week or so mid next week, then we should be proficient enough to do most of what we need to do without having to keep looking up how to do it, right? That's my hope. To really master Blender, I mean, you could probably spend the rest of your life doing it. And that's true for any of these three. I mean, again, your tools aren't really necessarily as important as the understanding how to use them, in my experience. Because again, there's nothing Blender does for you that you can't do with math and, you know, you can't do through code and math directly in the underlying API. Certainly, that's what it's for. It's basically just a Windows interface into OpenGL. It's like a window GUI-based interface into OpenGL. So anything you can do in OpenGL, basically, you know, is available in Blender, and vice versa. Well, that's not entirely true. You know, there's sticklers that would probably disagree with that, and that's okay. Okay, we have our scene, the object, children. Hooray! This is our problem, right? We don't have any children in our scene. So, what did we do wrong? Oh. See, this is 90 times out of 10, this is the problem when you're doing this stuff with JavaScript, because you just got it in the wrong thing. Indexing error. There we go. Let's try that. We just got graph navigation issues. But I expect we'll use Blender going forward probably on a daily basis, if not daily. I mean, it will wind down towards the end, right? The way I expect this to work is that there'll be a lot of asset creation near the beginning, which will level off and then kind of, you know, become more of a regular thing update. Well, the video game logic is going to be the opposite, where it's going to start off relatively slow. The logic that ties it all together will start off and then become the bulk of the work. So they'll kind of, you know, the idea is they'll, you know, taper off as the other picks up. Actually, it would be more like that in terms of graph. That doesn't make a lot of sense. We have our derivative was inverted. We had the wrong sign in our derivative and those hand motions. Nothing's rendering, right? That's all right. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. See, now why would not the children have? Oh, no. Let's try this. All right, let me get this back where it was, so we can do this and get rid of it. I'm going to look at this object again. One of these was a 3JS scene. Yeah, 3JS group. No. I really don't see why we can't just add that scene. That's really what we want, not the children. That should be right. Children, 0. Children, perspective camera. Yes. We're logging the camera. We see the perspective camera. We can't. Then here we log the scene, and we are seeing that, right? Object, perspective, scene. It's just that the children aren't showing up there. So let's try this again. This kind of blows. Probably should have just fixed the exporter for the JSON stuff. So again, if you're joining us, thank you, welcome. We're doing we're back to doing our daily development cast. We're working on a puzzle game right now. We're kind of working on import-export between Blender and the graphics engine, which is where we left off, which we're using 3JS. We left this off on our last development cast, day 7, which was last week, Friday, I believe. And today, I found that my exporter wasn't working, and we don't know why, so I took the opportunity to kind of update my code, and let's try the object, the Collada export. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be working any better than the other one. So I might just switch the code back to make some progress so we can work in the engine. Make sure that actually still works. So. Oh, Darren. See, look, it's not loading the children. See, this is where we had to go into the code last time. Like when the object loader code is kind of specific, and it doesn't necessarily line up with what the code is. So let me just go back here, and we'll go back to loading JSON. I want to just go back to like where this was on Friday. Actually, the easy way to do this. Let's do this. Go back here. That's okay. How did these change? These are, oh, because they're new versions of the file under, yeah, okay. We generated new ones. That's okay, that's okay. Yeah, let's revert these changes. So now, hey. Oh, we screwed up big time, hold on. Where? What happened? How did I lose that? Wait, this is not good, because we should have, this is totally different. We lost our update. It's all right. All right, anyways, let's do this. I'm going to quickly fix it. I didn't realize that was in that update. Ooh, we've got some laggage. Why do all by yourself from the beginning and don't use CryEng or Blender Gaming? It's so much to learn. Well, it's the opposite for me. Every one of those, you got to understand, under the hood, each one of those UIs uses the same map that I understand exactly the same way every time. I know how to do it. I know how it does what it does, and I know how it works. And it doesn't change no matter how you implement it. Whereas each implementation is totally different, has a whole different set of assumptions, philosophies, and priorities going into its trade-offs and its implementation. They may or may not agree with the way I decide to do things. They make all sorts of, they may implement things better. Some things they'll do worse. And I have to learn the IDE. I don't have to relearn math. I know vector algebra. I don't have to relearn anything to apply it directly. Whereas, and again, if I'm a particular programming language, I know just about anyone I'm going to end up actually using very well. Whereas I have to spend a year really learning the guts of a UI before I can really get the most efficiency out of it I'll get. I mean, I'll be proficient in a week, probably pretty good in a month or two. But I mean, it takes 6 months to a year to really learn anything really well, period. I'm doing it every day. So that's non-trivial to me, whereas I know how to code and I know how to do the math, and it's the same no matter which engine you use, right? So which one is more efficient? It depends on you, and it depends on your situation, and it depends on the context and your game and your it all depends. But it's a valid question, and it's good to debate. And this actually comes up on a daily question. We're gonna have to create a fact, I think, FAQ, because that is actually an excellent question, and it comes up almost every day. Like, why the hell are you writing code, right? And I'm not. Notice I'm actually not writing a lot of code. The amount of code I'm writing compared to what I'd have to do to programmatically load all this stuff in Unity would probably require more JavaScript code than what I have here. Keep in mind. If I wanted to set it up once manually and then have a static file that I export that is just one thing, great. I don't have to worry about code at all. But if I want it generic and I want it to be able to load any scene I define from any context or from any format, again, you can do it all in Blender, but then you're also dependent on that IDE. I'm not dependent. Right now, I'm just dependent on the library. And if the library doesn't want to do what I want, I rewrite it. I don't care. It's not that hard. I can understand the code. I might not. Now, if I have to go into GUI code just to understand how something's happening, that's a lot of extra overhead to handle, right? Does that make all sense? Does this make any sense? I can understand you could make the opposite argument and be perfectly right in your context. So the way I'm doing things may not be the best way for everyone to do it. That's for sure. But for me, it's the way that is most intuitive for me. And I'm hoping that over the course of doing these videos, it will make sense why it's intuitive to me, and it will hopefully become somewhat intuitive to you as well. And we want control. I want to be. Ultimately, I'm probably just going to implement both my own engine and tools. We'll customize Blender to do exactly what we want, the way we want, and that we can write some Python code to quickly scope out some UIs, and it's same thing in Unity. Whether we use Unity or Blender or whatever, it doesn't really matter. All does the same crap under the hood. So let's go back to our object loader and our asset loader. Let's just confirm that this works. Go back to what we had. Maybe we will use CryEngine, and maybe we'll use Unreal, and maybe we'll use Blender. I played around with Blender. C# is a good language, but it's not the first one I would pick. Yeah, that's a good point. Adam, that's a great point. That again, you're dependent on these tools. If you rely on these tools and you invest in learning them, like learning Photoshop is a safe investment in that it is almost impossible that 5 years from now Photoshop will not be the standard tool for roster image editing in the industry-wide 5 years from now. That is almost unheard. Just the risk of that happening is virtually unthinkable. So you can invest as much time in Photoshop and it's not a risk. Unity, I'm not sure 100% that Unity is going to be here 10 years from now. I'm not sure that investment is going to be great. However, there will always be a tool like Unity, and there will be better and better ones. And the one I want for my particular project might change as projects change. But if I understand the underlying theory, my transition from project to project should be a little bit easier. It's kind of like the metaphor here would be when I was in high school, I studied Latin. A lot of people in Europe probably get to study Latin too. It's kind of I went to a public school in the United States and got to study Latin, so that was kind of cool. I can pick up a lot of the basics of almost all Romance languages, from the Latin roots. So when I hear and I listen to Spanish and French, for example, I can pick up a good amount of what I'm hearing. Not so much in Portuguese, even though I've heard more of that than anything else, because that language is possible to understand. But it's kind of the same thing. If you understand the where all this stuff comes from, it's easier to learn it every time something changes. And you will have to re-implement something. The other thing is, if you rely on a GUI tool, I guarantee you there will come a time where you're trying to do something that the tool simply does not do, or it does wrong explicitly because the code is wrong, and you're going to have to fix it. And you're going to have to get that fix into someone else's development cycle, and you're going to have get them to consider it as much of a priority as you do, and then you got to get them to push it in, or you got to fork their code if it's not. And if it's not open source, you're doomed. I mean, you're stuck relying on them. Which I've heard of multiple. I can think of multiple stories off the top of my head. I know I've read where projects have failed specifically because of that issue, getting reliant on a vendor that then borks them. Right. A lot of things to think about. It's a good thing to have these discussions, because these are, my assumptions can change and my assumptions can be wrong, and people can point out all sorts of holes in my logic, which is why we do this online live, so that we can get that feedback and that brainstorming and that collaboration that I would not get unless I was at a big company, right, or at least a company, period. So let's see if we can get our scene rendering again. This should do what we want. If we start the server, to serve the pages. To serve the pages. Ah, there we go. Yeah, because we're still doing, this is okay, because we're doing an orthographic projection, and we're looking at the cube from directly down on it, and we have no texture associated with it, so it's just, and we have one lamp, so it's interpreting, the shader is basically interpreting every pixel as coming back as white. That's what we're seeing here. So we actually are rendering stuff. That's good. That's good enough for me for now. Let's go back to, we can start going back to Blender. In fact, what I'm going to do, it's almost 1:30 now. My mouth is incredibly dry because I've been talking all morning. I need to get a drink. I need to turn on the AC. I need to tend to my dog. So I'm going to do an AFK for about 15 minutes, if you guys don't mind. Oh, well, that's an interesting question. Well, we'll finish this question because we got a few more minutes. But at 1:30, I'm going to sign off, and I'll come back at 1:45. And we will continue. We'll dive right into Blender. So here's the thing, Klaus. The tool doesn't matter. It really doesn't. I mean, if you look at, for example, the perfect example is Minecraft. Minecraft is just a runaway, fantastic. I mean, no one could look at that and see it being purchased by Microsoft for the amount it was purchased. And they're not even paying for the game. They're paying for the generation of players that play it. That they're paying for those people, not for the game itself. They're paying for the people that come for the game. The game itself is pretty much it doesn't matter to Microsoft, right? They want the people. And they're going to get an entire generation for their purchase. I heard this. What's his name? Tycho from Penny Arcade picked up on this really quickly. That's what they're buying, right? So it's written in Java, which is a terrible choice for what the project he was doing. Java is a really terrible choice. Again, there's really very little reason for it. It's the whole point of Java was write once, run anywhere. But then you have this interpreter to deal with. And the whole concept was, well, you don't have to deal with memory. We'll deal with memory management with this great garbage collector. Except the garbage collector doesn't necessarily do exactly what you want in all situations. It's great for a lot of business applications where you're just creating a lot of objects and getting rid of them really fast to represent stupid abstract things in their meta organization here. But it's mostly about creating and getting rid of objects. It's really simple, stupid stuff. Inside a game engine, it's a totally different thing. And again, you're working with this computer inside a computer. It's just Java's a terrible. We don't need Java's totally unneeded, necessary. The purpose of Java has been deprecated entirely with LLVM and CMake. There's just no point to it. You write once, compile everywhere. There's no point in write once, interpret everywhere. If you can compile for all platforms at the same time with ease, why do we care about being able to run everywhere? Is it really that hard to compile a binary for a particular distribution? You're going to have to do it once for every platform, for every release. Versus do all that effort every single time you run it, every single time. All that why make everyone compile everything all the time, constantly, when you could do it once up front and have no one ever have to do it? All of that, think of all of the electricity that gets wasted just because of that. Java, just the existence of Java costs us, I can't imagine how much carbon that must cost the planet simply because the Java was adopted. It's mind-blowing, really, when you think about it. But any event, this is an interesting technical side discussion. You can totally disagree with me, by the way. If you feel like disagreeing with me, I would love to have the debate. This is just the way I see it, and I've been doing this for 15 years and working at big companies and small startups, so I feel like I have a pretty good perspective on this. I'm getting stuff actually done in the real world, which is different than, again, and like I said, your situation is different. Having a philosophy, having an approach, having a development process is more important than what it is. Whether you're agile or waterfall or whatever, it doesn't matter as long as everyone buys into it. That's what matters. So, well, that's why I actually spew a lot of this stuff, is to reinforce it for myself as well. So we're just with 1:30 now. I'm going to take a break. We will go AFK. I'm going to pop up the, let's put the intro overlay over this so everyone knows. Generally, when I put this, from now on, everyone knows, where are we? When I put this up, that means I'm AFK. I'll put an AFK statement in there. I just don't feel like editing it right now. So I'm going to put myself on mic, close off my FaceTime, and I will be back in about 15 minutes. I will keep the stream going to let everyone know. And if people pop in and say, hey, what's up? If you don't mind, if someone could just say, hey, you'll be right back, I would appreciate it. And so I will see you at 1:45, okay? Thank you very much. Hey there, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. We're back. I don't have anyone here with me during the day. It's just me. Unfortunately, it looks like I am going to have to kind of take an AFK here and there because I have a new dog, Mimi. Mimi, thanks you. We're going to need a Mimi emote, right? Oh, my overlay. Let's get rid of the intro. So I narrate what I'm doing in OBS. Okay, so as we were saying, Klaus brought up an excellent question. Is talking about kind of I don't view any particular language as any more elite or less elite than another. In fact, I used to when I was a younger man. When I was a foolish younger man, I used to actually think that, like, similarly, in that, C++ was a real programming language, Java was like a real programming language, so to speak, but JavaScript wasn't. Like, JavaScript was this client-side kind of, it was a toy language in my mind, and I was totally wrong. I'm using JavaScript now to code this client-server application, and it's effective both on client-server. What I didn't understand was that Node had changed the assumptions. My understanding of JavaScript from the early days of browser incompatibilities and squirrely implementations and all of that, my first initial experience with JavaScript had bear no relationship whatsoever to what JavaScript had become, which was compiled directly down to assembly in Node, right? I mean, it's a totally different language under the hood, essentially, than what I had been looking at in this interpreted sandbox environment inside a browser, inside a bad implementation, etc. It's changed significantly since then. So the assumptions were all wrong going into it. My assumptions were entirely wrong. And once I updated my assumptions and learned from that, I found it's actually a totally cool tool for the server side for a few reasons. In particular, the thing about Java on the server side in the enterprise is that like 75 to 80% of all the code and all the time and effort you put into it is scaffolding to be there so the code will run. And think about that. You spend 80% of your time setting up systems so that the code you actually care about will run. Something's not quite right there, right? And so that's where Spring and dependency injection and Hibernate and all of these standard tools come in. That when you compile and when you get to figure out how to use them all together along with Maven, you can actually use Java in a way that isn't want to like blow your freaking brains out. That's the kind of programming I've done for the majority of my career, which is why we're trying to branch out and do a game. But the point is, ultimately, the tool isn't there's certainly some languages require more skill than others to use idiomatically and effectively. Python is easier to use than C++, for example. Overall, I would say. However, is one better than the other? I wouldn't necessarily. You could do an almost identical design. Like you can from a design perspective, in the abstract, you could take a UML diagram and implement them both almost identically in C++ and Python. Now, they'll run in a slightly different environment, but under the hood, you could also wrap up that Python library with that C++ library. A lot of the time when you're writing, you think you're calling scripting code, you're actually writing a very thin veneer of a layer of scripting API over a solid code of native C++ implementation doing things super effectively, efficiently. And even though those scripting layers these days are just compiled down to assembly often. So, I mean, you can compile from anything to anything these days so effectively, so fast, so correctly, with such good validation that, again, I think that ultimately, we've talked about this too, but I think ultimately we're going to see where, like, operating system and programming language will just not matter because the amount of programming, the amount of processing and memory and bandwidth required to just do the translations between stuff in real time, if they haven't already been done, and sharing it so that it's instanced and not, we're not doing too many copies and then distributing it everywhere it needs to go. All of that will happen so fast that no one will care anymore. No one can even think about that stuff. It'll cease being an issue. You just code in whatever makes sense for you, and then you worry that the differences get, abstracted away. That's the future. And then the next step is the code writing will be automated itself, and we'll all be out of a job. That's happening in my career. I mean, that's the thing. This is why I'm moving to streaming too. Actually, is that as a developer, your career will be deprecated in your lifetime. So choose wisely. The whole point of being a developer is to put yourself out of a job. Yes, Java is used at university, for example. When I was a kid, you know what they used? Pascal. Stupid language. Like, not a very... It had a lot of really bad things about a lot of dangerous. It forced you to do very dangerous, stupid things. I mean, it wasn't all that bad. You get, again, even with Pascal, some fantastic, amazing programs were written in Pascal. But the Pascal used to be what they use. Now they use Java. And the reason is again, they don't have to teach you pointer. You know, mostly the issue is you don't have to learn memory management before you learn how to write algorithms, right? Ultimately, when you go to university, what you care about is learning the algorithms, learning data structures, learning the theory and the math and how it all works, right? And everything that kind of gets in between. That's the problem with Java, right? If you had to spend 80% of your time writing the scaffolding to just get your math to work, it wouldn't work. So, and they do use Pascal still. See, I told you. Yeah. And again, it's an easy language. It's supposedly an easy language to pick up. These days, again, I would start with Python. I think Python, JavaScript are like the two scripting languages that you really need to learn. One, because it's on the object-oriented side of the spectrum. The other, because it's on the functional side of the spectrum. And together, the twain shall meet. And the interface of knowing when to use this side and when to use this side, what this one's good for, what this one's good for, and then how to make an interface clearly in a way that isn't make your pull your hair out template nastiness or wrapper API madness is the art, right? That's the dream, boys. That's how you become a guru. The tool you use to do that isn't important, right? And on top of that, object-oriented to functional, there's also the whole idea of like declarative, maybe a third part, where we have rule-based stuff and declarative programming, which is a totally different style. And then there's abstractions of all of that, like agent-oriented programming, where everything is a bot, essentially. Okay, we said we were going to talk about some theory today. The different theory than I expected to do, but still interesting, I think. I hope you guys are finding some use out of this, and I'm not boring everyone to tears. I find this stuff fascinating to discuss, and I do have opinions and, stuff. I have opinions on most of this stuff from my time doing this, and I love having these discussions. Let me just I'm cleaning up my second monitor for a moment while we get situated. We've got still have a few viewers with us, the hardcore. We thank you. Okay, we are loading our mesh, and I think we were back. The problem we had back here, this wasn't quite generic enough because we're still doing our own light and stuff. We don't need to do any of it. We just gotta add the object scene. We have more code than we need. But I blew that change away, like a boss. It's like, oh, I can do this. It'll be really easy to do in GitHub. Broke my code. Or I went back to the wrong edit. I had some stuff. I forgot that I had written some code that I hadn't committed. See, this is why I like to do lots of small commits. The other thing, do lots of tiny commits all the time. Don't do large changes at once. Never, ever, ever do that. If it can be avoided. When you start off, sometimes you do. You just kind of hack and get something set up, and then you put in a bunch of stuff very quickly. But you usually do one change, one check-in, one comment, and then move on. Relate them all with threads and posts and stuff like that, but make lots of little changes. You will thank me later. Model JSON, we don't want to use that. We actually wanted to use we wanted to use the scene cube JSON. We got the object loader. Yeah. What do we say? It was scene object scene, right? I think that was it. Because I want to see the perspective camera work. You just got to see it work. So you use Pascal. That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard of anyone. I didn't know. I wouldn't have expected that to still be the case. But old languages never really die either. You know, in terms think about COBOL and Prolog. In finance and banking, COBOL and Prolog are huge, and they can never find programming. They make like 150 grand a year easy, just about any place I've ever seen, period. In any major market, they will make at least that. I mean, USD. So I want to focus blending for monoline, et cetera. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Blender is a fantastic program because, again, you know it's open source. You know it's going to be there. It's highly extensible. Tons of plugins. It's a little funky, and it's very unique in that what you learn in Blender will apply in other places. But I think Blender and 3ds Max, for example, are more similar to each other than Blender is my understanding, having known none of them very well. I'm going by the artists I've talked to. It's just my general impression. But I think Blender is a fantastic tool. I don't think that's one of those tools that will be around forever. It's not a bad investment. It's not going anywhere. And I think it's a great idea. And we'll do it together. Let's figure it out together, in fact, right? One of the things I want to note, we weren't doing it Tuesday. We were doing RimWorld yesterday, but normally on Tuesdays, we do Tech Support Tuesdays. So I will drop what I'm doing and take a look at whatever you want on Tuesdays if you come to us with a thing, and us in chat. There's always a few great people like yourselves in chat who have the right link or the right idea or the right documentation at hand for your problem almost always, right? So Tuesday, save it for Tuesday if you got something like that, or if you want to do something specific in Blender, and we'll do it. We'll take requests on Tuesdays. Take requests Tuesdays. There's a bunch of ways we could sell this. Bunch of ways we can pitch this. And I will try to upgrade my my cast a bit. My layover is a bit crappy right now. I feel like the RimWorld one, although it was still kind of like dog shit, it was better than it's the best one I've done so far. And it actually started getting hits on YouTube, and so it seems to be people responded to actually having some graphics and some fun stuff up there. I put the raid counter and a little memorial wall for all the followers that died. It's fun. If you haven't checked it out yet, it's fun. I'm gonna try not to interrupt the daytime development streams anymore because I don't think that was the best idea. But we will continue to do both because they're both just too much fun. I have fun both doing development and gaming streams. I wish I could stream more games. You bastard. Game 34. So let me look at 34. That's where we actually have a freaking scene. So it is object. No, scene equals object. That's all it is. That's all that is. Yep. Yep. A render. Yep. Yep. And we got our update. So that's where we'll modify our stuff. Well, why don't we spin our cube after we get it in there? We'll animate it by updating it, and then it will be re-rendered with new values every time. Make sense? We're not really worrying about... why? Why not? Why not? What did we have before? Does anyone remember what we had before I blew that change away? Gosh darn it. What was it? We're logging the object. It's a scene. It is a scene. It's what we want. It's what we want. And it's got, look, perspective, camera, mesh, and directional lag. Does this have children? No, it doesn't. So it's got no texture. Oh, that's the problem, maybe. Maybe it needs a texture. Dot undefined. Where's that? Okay, I'm thinking of the wrong thing here. Oh, it's error? It's just printing the error it's having up? Oh, that's... Oh. Well, that's not what we want. Do. The renderer, that's okay, that's okay. We don't want this camera. Do we use the scene at any point before we get to here? We do not. So we can just do that, right? Like, we just need to create an empty object right there. I don't even want to type it yet. We don't care if it has type. See, this is the difference between, one of the big differences between Python and JavaScript is the type system. JavaScript uses a prototype type system, and Python uses a standard class, object-oriented class system. It's explicitly typed versus implicitly typed. Here we figure out type by either using the type of, the compiler just kind of literally just uses an attribute and keeps a property around it, it keeps track of it. So it's just a label, right? What type in JavaScript is just a label to a prototype. That's it. Or it's a label for an object, an anonymous object that contains a prototype, which is copied to new instances when you call it the new operator. That's it. Like, whereas with Python, you're creating actual type, and there's checking going on, there's type checking and stuff. If you need that, you use TypeScript, which you can see we actually use. So the beautiful thing, that's where we were talking about how the twain shall meet, and ours, the twain shall meet in here, under TS. Because here we can define stuff with JavaScript, or you can use the same type of syntax you use for the C++ templates or Java generics. We can use all of that here, and get all of that type safety at compile time. That gives us nothing at runtime. So like stuff like this here, we can still do that, and we have to be careful. But this makes it a little bit easier for us to do so, right? Because the stuff we don't have to do in our head, or we can do at compile time. And we just generally use convention and don't do stupid things to avoid running into type problems at runtime. That makes sense. This is probably, I think, about as good as a well-designed type system enforcing everything, because that will have restrictions that we can't override at will. You know, we want to be able to make exceptions too, because no matter how great of an idea or an abstraction or a design principle we have, we will think of an exception soon enough that doesn't quite fit what we thought. That will always happen. Or the universe seems to work that way, in my observation. So I think let's try this again. There really should be no problem I can't do this, as far as I can tell. This object is, we're blocking it and it looks great. My machine is running wicked slow. We're at, what, 26% CPU. Seems to be about as tough as the RimWorld cast on it. So yeah, Blender, great idea. Oh god, yeah, that's right. Awesome. No, we're very close. Excuse me, we're very close. I know what we gotta do. Let's go forward on it. Oh, wait. Can I just pause this? Where are we? Gosh darn it, you! How do I pause execution? There's got to be a way to do this. Gosh darn it! Wait. Guess there isn't. So let's go back in here. We're retracing our steps. We're almost there. Hold on one sec. Hang in there, folks. Thank you for bearing with me. Oops, that's still gonna have a problem. I love all the great questions we've had today. Thank you for giving us so many cool things to discuss. One of the reasons I'm doing this channel is to have an outlet to kind of discuss some of these. I got a lot of this stuff up here. I got this for days and days. So if anyone finds any value in this, we can keep doing it. But I think I've got a perspective that brings value. I mean, again, I think I know what I'm doing, and I think I can impart something on people that are maybe kind of coming up themselves. Because I learn everything the hard way. I will say that I learned everything myself. I never went to university or anything like that. I just started working in an internship right out of high school, unpaid, and that snowballed basically into the next gig and the next gig and the next gig until I found myself as a full-time software engineer. Everything I know, I learned the hard way. I had to learn it myself. I had to be self-motivated to learn it, and then I had to apply it directly. I've learned it because I had to use it right at work or what I'm doing. So you can't fake it. You have to learn it. You have no choice. You can't kind of learn it. You can't copy from someone else. You got to know how to do it, or you get fired. So it's a great way to learn. So we want children 0. That's all. Scene children 0. Excellent. Just confirming. I always find I learn best with a gun to my head. Metaphorically speaking, obviously. I like high-profile environments. This is actually one of the things I like about casting is that it adds a little bit of urgency. It adds some stakes to what I'm doing, which helps because I like working in very high-pressure, high-profile type places where it's like, okay, get this done on time and get an extra year in salary bonus. Fail and you never work in this town again. That's like my ideal job. Like mission critical stuff. However, this isn't very mission critical, so we add that element by casting. Now we have the added thrill of technical failure at any second, and public humiliation, and let's see what else. All sorts of great stuff. I mean, all sorts of thrills and chills for me are in store, right? Oh yeah, well again, like I said, it's not the tools. It's how you apply them. My favorite language right now is Haskell. I love Haskell. If you get a chance, check it out. If you're into the theory of language design, Haskell is like the lingua franca these days of people that talk about how programming languages are designed and the theory of programming languages. It's also used just general purpose in a lot of math discussions these days. I've noticed more and more that I look in pure math papers and there's Haskell code everywhere because it's why not, if you're going to design a proof, why not make it runnable? Because the syntax of and semantics of Haskell are so generic and so abstract, you can basically just implement any type of, I mean, you're working in category theory, set theory, and first order logic and algebra directly, basically. And semantics and syntax are very similar to the math, what you're used to in the mathematical world. It's an ASCII version of it, essentially. But it's a lot like, I'm trying to think of, I mean, it's theoretically similar to JavaScript in some ways, but it's tail recursive and it's syntactically totally different. Looks nothing like it. But that's like one of those languages again. Like when I see godlike programmers doing idiomatic stuff in Haskell, it blows my mind because they're doing stuff at such this level. Again, it's like watching a Jedi with a lightsaber do this really, reflect laser bolts or something, do something magical. It's like, it really is like that for me sometimes, I think. I've always likened that. Like, that's what I think Haskell is. It's like a lightsaber. You give it to someone who doesn't know what they're doing, they're going to chop their arm off. But give it to someone who's put in the time and they can do, feats of splendor with it. But truly, again, your tools don't matter. Invest in whatever works for you and keep working at it. Because ultimately, again, programming languages, when it comes to protocols and languages, that if you get into the theory, you begin to quickly understand that anything can be translated into anything, essentially, which is why I think that interpreters don't really have a super big place in the future, except for specific environments where they make a lot of sense. Like in a browser is a perfect example where interpretation is necessary. I mean, you can't really get out of an interpreter there. We don't want to be compiling web pages, right? We can afford to compile web pages on the fly, is what I'm saying. We can't afford to compile everything on the fly, in my opinion. So, we are almost there. We've just compiled. We should be able to see our awesome cube now in a very dramatic spotlight. Let's see if there's a drum roll, everyone. Oh, disappointing. Well, such is programming. Get used to that. Scene children, a perspective camera. Oh, I know why. Because you have to render the scene. Once you get the scene and the camera, you do actually have to render them every frame. And if you don't see anything every frame. The hard way is the right way to learn things, I think, though. I mean, you learn them the hard way, you remember them, and you earn it. Sometimes, I mean, some people, the pressure of like financial cost of, costing the cost of a class and failing it and having to do it again and et cetera, that's a strong motivator, right? For me, it's tough because I've never really, I just crash lectures and shit. I used to hang around UC Berkeley when I was a kid, like the computer science department there, and just like hang out. Eventually, they kind of just think you're a student. Same thing. I should do that at Brown more often, actually, too. I'm right near Brown University. Who does? Here we go. There's a dramatic cube. Dramatic cube. Dun, 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 dun. The dramatic cube is in effect, people. Yeah, I should go pretend to be a Brown student a lot more. Their security is pretty good, though. MIT is a lot easier to get around. You can pretty much go anywhere at MIT. No one cares. I just sit at a door. Like, if something's locked, I'll sit at a door and wait. And like, eventually someone will walk by and just open it for you. It's really true. Like, if you go to MIT, you just look like a student like me. If you look like me and just stand around, like, near a door, everyone assumes you're supposed to be in there and just don't have the forgotten key card because you're, stoner programmer student, right? And so they just open the door for you. I've done it so many times. No idea. Shh. Don't tell them. They'll kick me out of lectures. So our dramatic cube is in effect. Okay, excellent. Now we can't, notice, no movement, no nothing, because, so if we wanted to look around in this thing, if say we want to now make our dramatic, we want to rotate around our dramatic cube, right? Well, there's two ways to do this. The simple way is to move the camera, right? The other way is to move everything else besides the camera, which is sometimes surprisingly the easiest way to do things. Because usually we have a reference to a graph, and everything else is just one node in that graph, which is why we use a graph, right? That's the whole point. We'll have to get into some serious graph theory at some point when we do all this stuff, but not for now. So what we need to do is basically what we would want to do is have something every update that's going to track the position of the mouse. And notice when we're mousing down, notice these mouse, when we do a mouse click, start tracking. Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's worth it. Exactly, and it's free. You have to understand too. The thing is, if you look at Maya, which is, I think, it's kind of like the Photoshop, in my understanding these days, of the gaming industry and a lot of the big like AAA studios. It costs a buttload. I mean, it costs like a couple grand for a license. I don't know what it is, but it's ridiculous. It's like $100 a month, I think, if you want to rent it by the month. But it's just ridiculously expensive. And Blender can do most of what it does. That for 90% of the projects out there, it's not going to be a huge ordeal. And you can code the rest of the stuff that it doesn't do. The really special stuff is technically stuff that's in the it's in the literature. You can look at the paper they use to implement their shader and do it yourself, right? We don't have to be too intimidated by redoing stuff, because we always learn when we do that too. And we're not necessarily like I don't have a producer standing over me going, "Hey, what the f? Why are you talking? Why are you wasting your time talking to these people on the internet?" We have deadlines to hit here, dude. I don't have to worry about that. I got total creative interpretation on this bitch. All right. So we could add a camera, right? That would be something to add to this. We could go back into work into Blender. Now, actually Blender is a good, let's get rid of this. We don't really need you. We need our editor, I think. Wait a minute. Let's clean this up a little bit. We don't need that. That's correct. Oh, wait a minute. This camera. This we don't want to do. Wait a minute. Resize. Oh, no. This is okay because resize doesn't get called until after initialization. This is okay. See, this is the thing about JavaScript, right? We got to think about the context in which this is called. None of these are really called. These are all called asynchronously. Well, not start and render and update, but you know what I mean. They are. The whole thing is triggered asynchronously. Yeah, Blender is really cool. And again, if you're willing to learn a little Python, which is not too hard, we'll do, again, Python syntactically is pretty easy. It reads a lot like English. It's like a domain-specific language almost. We can automate like the creation. Some stuff is going to be easier to create by code. Some stuff's easier to create by hand. Like the stuff that's easy to create by hand, we want to use is like when we want to do additive, like composition. Like say we want to make a screw, right? We would want to kind of use a tube, and then we would want to use a modifier to corkscrew around it, and then we would want to taper it at the end again with a map. That's the stuff that works really well analytically, like taper it towards the end. That's a simple map, cone it, right? Oh, hey, yeah, no problem, Klaus. Hey, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you participating in chat. I'm sorry if you can't hear this because your stream is jumping, but we really appreciate you stopping by, and you're always welcome. We can't wait to see you again. Thank you for kind of hanging out with us with kind of a very chatty and I know not a huge contentful one. At least we're not doing a lot with the coding. But thank you for hanging with us today, and we hope to see you again soon. So we've got our old JSON stuff loading at least for now, even though we can't export to it. So we can do this one of two ways. We can try to fix. I don't know if I want to spend all this. Do we want to waste time trying to fix the Python thing? The export thing. We can start adding some functionality with the camera and start updating the camera so that we can scroll around and look at stuff from different angles, which is useful, I think, in our game engine. We can play with orthographic and we can play with the difference between orthographic and perspective. Oh no, but we need the Blender export to do that. See, that's the problem. But so let's see here. Let me look. Let's look at 3JS examples actually for some good ideas of what we can add. Interactive cubes. We could make it interactive. That's actually kind of a good thing. Yeah. See. This picking. That's called picking, which is looking under the mouse, doing a ray trace out, because the project, if you think of a line going out of the center of the camera, if you do a ray trace parallel to that line, it will eventually intersect something, and you can see here it's intercepting. And whenever it intercepts something, we get a little event, and then when we register that event, they're updating the texture, either changing the texture or probably just updating a shader, the values in a shader that's generating the texture. Your assumption. See how it's worked, but that's something we could do because we will need to do that. We could start making some objects analytically, but again, we really want to do that now. We want to do that in Python and Blender if we're going to start making stuff. We've got lots of loaders here, lots of material stuff. I don't want to get into materials just yet. We're going to kind of do a lot of dedicated stuff. Let's look at their shader examples. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, there's a nice lava shader. See the shader, see how, this is just a texture, right? The way they're doing this is just an image. But what's on that image is being updated by a shader. And that shader is just using random noise and a couple layers to kind of just take two kind of pictures to kind of do this, I bet. Maybe give it something like that. And it comes out with this very nice effect. And we just add lighting effects. And we have to add lighting values and such because it's got this inner light we want to simulate, etc. It'll be cool. That's a cool example. Well, let's see their ocean example. Ocean is kind of typically... oh, that's a pretty good one. I mean, that's obviously, there's no caustics or anything from that. Or I shouldn't say caustics, but... Oh, it crashed. That's okay. Run away! Run away! I don't want you to crash my thing. That's the thing, WebGL, a little squirrely. Fine for a demo, but like you say, we're going to want to use something a little more heavy duty, I think, for a commercial product. Shadow map looks like it's... Oh, dynamic terrain. I love this stuff. I really love dynamic terrain examples. Hit a snag. Yeah, that's fine. I know. Whatever. It does support WebGL. What do you mean it hit a snag? Sure, it hit a snag, but I just refreshed. I mean, like... I have the... Oh my god, are you kidding me? It is... I know I got the latest drivers because I'm updated from Apple. And they're Apple drivers. I don't have the normal... That's the thing, is the WebGL drivers under Mac are Apple drivers, not from the vendor. I'm not mistaken. But, okay, something went very wrong there. Thank you for, again, all your encouragement, too. Oh, wait, let's not go here just yet. Stop, stop, stop. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please stop. So, wait, go to my profile here. Okay, now where was I? Oh, right, we have bookmarks. I am running low on memory, I think. That's my problem. Hold on one sec. Let us, first of all, optimize. Give it a little. Okay, let's see. Yeah, terrain. This is kind of a weird camera motion, but does everyone understand what's going on here? This is kind of a neat little. This is like the prototypical terrain generation example you can always see. This is just a bump. So what they did is they created a very simple. Let's do a source before we lose our minds. They just created a big mesh, a big square that was broken up into a big grid of triangles, and then they just displaced the vertices. So the vertices will be depending on, it'll go up or down a certain amount depending on the value of a texture. Usually you have the value of a pixel in a texture. You create a height map of black to white, and that represents the height, and then you displace the bump. It's the displacement map. We map each vertex, the value of that pixel, to be a value scaled to our height, however we want. That's what this is an example of. That's kind of neat. A little more than we need to deal with, right? I'm trying to think of what we want to see. Ultimately, our game, I'm trying to decide how we want to do this. I almost want to start with like something more than we really need for the game, so I can kind of scale it down to what we need rather than scale it up. Let's see here. Let me get this up. Oh, nuts. Hold on. Let me get this new tab up here. Hopefully we didn't lose anyone there. Or lose too many people. I think I'm boring the crap out of everyone today because we don't have a ton of views. I don't think we lost everyone. Either that or they. No, I got no drop frames. I don't think I've lost anyone, and the screen configuration is excellent. So we seem to be all right, folks. We're just boring the crap out of everyone, so they're leaving. I'm getting too many examples. So. See, the approach of Three.js is essentially to do this all in code, which I don't like. I mean, there's a good reason for that. It's the simplest way to get things going. But ultimately, it's not the most usable. So we did this, update projection matrix, handle resize. That's interesting. Where are the controls? That's what we need here, actually. That's the point. Where is it? Handle controls. Generate textures. Generate height. Animate, render. Interesting. Request animation frame animate. Yeah, okay. We do all this in one thing. They separate their render and animate. Like stats update and then controls update. I wonder why they do that specifically. It looks like I'm the only one watching. Okay, Adam, well that's great. One person is the difference between 0 and 1 is like way bigger than 1 in 1,000. You know, having one person is so much better than having 0 that, like, the difference between 1 and 1,000 is not that as big of a difference. So, well, I'm always happy to have one person. And grateful. Because, again, it's, you know, it takes a certain kind of person to want to come here continually, help out a new streamer, deal with technical difficulties, and watch something that most people would consider like paint drying, you know what I mean? And find it interesting and engage, and then also contribute in chat. Again, it's more than you know. I think it's more than you could hope for. The response has been fantastic. So I'm just poking through some more examples here, looking for ideas of what I can add to my. I can definitely add that I'm not going to have to take out or screw around with too much. right? And that's going to help us. Here's a there is a scene loader. Yeah. See, this is just loading up a bunch of objects and then translating them, giving up a couple textures. Go look at their animating. Let's view the source. Callback finished. Let's see how they do this. Yeah. This is where they do all their loading. Binary, CTM, VTX. So this is where they're going to load each one of their object loaders, right? See how they do this all explicitly? They just don't really do that. Okay, so create load scene. This is basically the very fancy version of what we just did. I did like the simplest version of this I could possibly think of. This is the more generic version that I was talking about, saying we need some way to think. They just did it explicitly. See, if you look here, they go through and they just say, let's do this one, let's do this one, like each, where is it? Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong spot. Sorry, I'm being stupid. Hold on. Where are you? This one. No, not geometry handle. See, this is a little bit at least more generic. I didn't know you could do this. See, this is okay. Let's look at the code. Notice the loader the loader we're using has a specific callback for add geometry handler. Right? We can add it. We can say we want to use this UTF-8. I wonder what UTF-8 is. That for JSON? Because all of these are, except for binary, are like technically probably UTF-8. Generally, that's a different type of encoding than these encodings, is what I mean. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? That's a file encoding, not a, well, it's a string encoding, really. And all of these are string types. Or file, you know. Again, the distinction, this is one of the other things that I think one of the truisms about programming is there's when you say people say there's more than one way to do it, then usually what they mean is there's more than one way to think about it. It's usually, like, for example, the difference between like an object's having a property, having a relationship to something, or containing something, they all mean the same, they can all semantically mean the exact same thing. You know, it's just a choice of how you look at it. Whether something is related to, like, because if you look at like RTF, which is what's it called? The W3C standard, RDF. It's the, what is it called? Resource dependency, or whatever it is. Resource. The idea here is, though, that you describe properties of URLs. Like, URLs are things, and you describe them by assigning them properties. But these are really just relationships. You're just creating an association between these two things. So whether something is an association, it's a property of an object or an instance, or whether it's a contained within a container, or whether it's a composite of things, or whether, you know, however you want it, you can. It's all true. The semantics and what you as a programmer need to understand is these all mean the same thing. There's no difference. It's just different ways of representing the same idea, which is something a little more fundamental than what any of those represent, which those are a particular, like, we get into model theory here, right, where those are particular models of the same thing. That makes sense. They're particular models of the same universe, so to speak. I think it's probably the more correct way to say it. But anyways, let's get back to what we were working on. The point is that there's always, when there's more and more, when there's different ways of looking at things. Whether, like, something is a graph, or whether it's a tree, or whether it's a list, or whether it's, you know, a container, all of this is just how you want to look at it. So you need to distinguish between semantics and syntax explicitly. And that's what programming languages do. That's the purpose of programming languages, right? But a step beyond that, in the way you use them, you need to be also explicit in that, I believe. So this is an excellent example, and this teaches us some useful stuff. Geez, my mouth is dry today. Excuse me. We've been up for almost 3 hours now. And what is it? It's 3 o'clock. Yeah, we started. Did we really? 2:30. Okay. Yeah, we started about 11:30. So we have the geometry handler. The hierarchy handler I see is whether it's an OBJ thing or UTF. Okay. That makes sense to me. A little more sense. This actually, DAE is going to be UTF. Same thing. I don't think that this is exactly, I don't think that's coherent, personally, but we'll live with it. So callback finished. Let me see how they do their callback finished. Yeah, and this is where they update the UI, because this is, they do asset load. We should do that, huh? Maybe we should do that. Like have a little asset loading thing in the screen. Should we do that? I think we should do that. Result scene traverse. Oh, that's a nice. I didn't know that was there either. Yeah, see, this is way. Oh, yeah. This. I'm so glad we learned that. You see why? You see how awesome that is? Can everyone see that? Hold on one sec. Scene traverse. So we give it a see. What this means is, I was going to write a function for that. I was going to do this function right here, but we don't need to because it's there. All we're saying is we give it from the root of the scene, traverse the whole thing, and then every time at every object, call this function and give the object to the function as its argument. So here we have, all you have to do is just know that we could get any object in the tree. And so it says if it's this, if it's this, if it's this. And we need, that's what we need too. We were talking about that earlier. So this is the idiomatic way of doing it. And this is, you know, we had to poke over. This is what I mean when we say we have to get the documentation from the code. The documentation doesn't tell you the right way to do it. The code does. On window resize, we're doing the exact same thing we were doing, window half X, window half Y. Yeah. I did that as centroid position. That just makes more sense to me. A centroid I think of as a point that represents what this is. Doesn't matter, again, represents the same thing. Different syntax with the same semantics. On document mouse move, okay, very good. Yeah. We need to create, yeah, let's do that. Create load scene, that's interesting. Oh, create load scene. What is the result? Oh, scene and camera. Yeah, oh, okay, see, that's smart, right? See what they do here? They just create an anonymous little object that's in an instance. This is a singleton result of a scene with an actual scene and the camera. This is how they keep track of the camera. I make those global. They just create an anonymous object to hold them. And that's pretty smart. I think that's actually probably a better way of doing it. More JavaScript-like. And we don't want global dependencies anyways if we can avoid them, right? I mean, that's just a general principle that we don't use. All of those have the potential to cause problems. Most languages, not in all languages, but almost all languages, global static dependencies, or not static, but global dependencies that can be both a problem of, they can be an error prone because either something can write to it that isn't supposed to, or you have threading issues where there's locking issues or race conditions or all sorts of stuff that can happen. I mean, again, you just, depending on your implementation, your language, but that's why it's just in principle, regardless of what language you're using, try to avoid global dependencies like that. That's what feature dependency injection and stuff like that is for, to resolve. Configure that outside of it and inject those values into it at compile time. And again, feel free to disagree with all of this. This is just my, my thing, my take on it. So this is where they update. Yeah, we're updating it based on mouse position and Y position. How does this camera load? Let me see something. See, yeah, that's at 0.001, it's updating. If you do nothing, it just kind of spins corkscrew style, right? It goes farther away. And if you put it back in there, it goes the opposite way. The center button doesn't do anything. It kind of moves relative to your, yeah, it does. This is really weird. It doesn't make any sense to me why it's doing what it's doing. Put it that way. So I don't like their update logic. It's pretty crappy. And besides, I bet you that there's a camera handler for this. So, right, let's look at camera. It's got to be like, camera? Camera, what do we got? See, yeah. Oh, yeah, see, it's showing you the camera, and then it's showing you what it's rendering. Now the camera backs up. Oh, yeah, see, the thing is, this is the rendering. Okay, so this is the frustum right here, where the camera comes from, right? This is the frustum, and then that's the render distance, that's the view distance. So this is the whole, that frustum is the whole of everything that's being rendered. Which is all well and good, but I want camera handling. What I want is like camera. They must have this for what I want. Where's the old deferred CSS 3D? Ooh, that's interesting. Controls, orbit. Oh, that's what we want. Bam, right. We want, I like that. That's what we want. Something like that. Right? I think that's right. Let's add that. It just looks it's going to create more of these no matter what we do. Oh, no, it's logarithmic. Never mind. So the farther out we go, the faster it goes. Whoa, whoa, and it goes away. And because we have fog here, it's just using fog and triangles. Or frustums. Frustums, or what are those specifically called, actually? Pyramids, technically. Because they go to a point. Frustums would have the top chopped off, rather. So let's take a look at this code. How do they set this up? This is easy, right? Orbit controls. What did I tell you? You know it. Let's go back and put that into our example. Right. As we said before, we have our index here. We started adding specific stuff like the collada loader, which we're going to get back to, so we're going to keep that there. JS controls, right? Controls. Orbit controls. Or let's see what is change. What's a change? Huh? Oh, that's just part of it. That's defined by the orbit controls. Okay, fine. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's fine. We don't care. I think we do want controls. Yeah, I was going to say I just want to put it on render. I think render is the one I want to add the event lister for the controls, right? Absolutely. Okay. Scene and fog. Yeah. Let me just check something. Okay, Anna said that's good. That's good. We're not doing anything with it. Do we have to do anything with the controller and the renderer? Does not look like it. Do we need to add the controls? Let's look at this one. We just got to put that in the, okay, control, no. I don't have a separate animate, so I'm just going to do it in updates. Right, I don't see why I can't do that there. Animate is basically my update. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's render. Right, we just use one function. They use an update. They can separate the animate and the update, or the animate and the render. I separate the update and the render. This is the same thing. I use this update to animate. We're doing the right thing. All right, is that all they do? See, that makes it really simple, doesn't it? Stats update. Okay, wait a minute. That's what needs to update. Let me just check something. So where are stats? See, it depends on this. Oh, I know why. Because that's what's giving us the rendering thing. Okay, I got it. We don't need that right away, but we'll do that. We want to put in the stats, lib stats thing for sure. What's the detector do? Oh, WebGL detector. Okay, we don't care about that either. I know I have WebGL. But we would want that in a commercial demo or a demo or something that was actually being distributed. We want that in the disk compile. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Okay. We're fine. That should work. Now let's see. Oops, excuse me. We should magically get our controls. Of course not. That would be too easy right away. It's okay. Camera, or is it? That's wrong. Or maybe I want render I want update. That's going to call, I don't like that actually because it's going to call, no, we're going to call render. It's fine. That should be all right. I think we might have to tweak it a bit, but I think that's okay. Oh, wait a minute, where's my resize? Oh, right there. It's okay. Yeah, I just don't do the inner width thing. Fine. Okay. Oh, this camera doesn't exist. That's the problem. Yes, okay, the first render, so this goes to start. Start calls the first render. Render keeps calling render, which calls update. So we're only going to get these once if we do oh, wait, you know what, we can do that here. Actually, that's a better place to do it instead of start. Do it with this other stuff. Right? That was our problem. Yeah, we're seeing our camera and our controls now. The principal elements of our... We actually probably want to make a link to our light. We want to define it by JSON or XML in Blender, but we want to be able to access it through code pretty much directly, right? We want it to be as transparent as possible from both sides, with the encoding formats providing the intermediary. I'm going to try to use good programming. What did I do wrong now? Or, oh, yeah, that's okay. That's easy to fix, right? Game 7. The controls equal. I was looking for a function. There wasn't any there. And that was no good. Oops. What did I do? All right. Yeah, you know, all I need to do, I don't know why I'm actually doing that. First of all, let's do this. Just, all right, hold on one second. Oops. No. No. We can't do that. No. Nah. Sorry. We can do that another. Well, it's fine for now. I wanted to get that out of the global scope if I could, but it's fine. It really is. It just means that down here, let me make sure I got everything I got right. I'm going to do this. Right on it. Oh, here we go. Bear with me, folks. Change and render. Yeah, on change, call render. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe we do want, see, this is why I think they did it as another function. It's because we don't really want it to be the render, and we don't want it to be update, because this is going to call update implicitly with every render, which is, okay, update the function. And we're probably going to actually want to decouple these, because if somebody, hey, it might sound strange, 1 second, let me read. More interesting to deal with the, one moment. With the weird bugs of code rather than have everything perfectly working. It's a lot of fun, especially when you realize how stupid the pet bug was. Yeah, I'm kind of the same approach. It's just the value in figuring out what was going on has, you know, value to me over above and avoiding the problem a lot of times. It's kind of a weird concept, but again, I'm doing this for my own edification for the most part. I think this should work. My concern is calling this, okay, so this add event listener, we're saying call this function whenever there's a change on the controls, right? If we look at the way this is being done, what is it doing? It's doing render. And in render, it's just doing render. It's not doing like the, see, it's not. Let's try that. Let's separate out our animate. How is this done? So there's animate. And then just call animate instead of render. We call start. Animate request animation frame animate. And render gets called implicitly, apparently, right? It would wait between here. Because we explicitly say that, don't we? Oh, no, animate. See, I don't know where we get from render to animate. No, we just call animate explicitly, which calls request animation frame animate. So request animation frame must, that's what I don't get. See, on mine, I just say request animation frame render, which means that I know I'm going in this loop, right? I'm just always requesting a new frame and updating every time, and then rendering the scene. That's exactly what I would want. We're calling this every update, but we don't have to. Eventually, what we want to do is like this, is we want to add event listers to everything that call update only when they need to update something, right? So now we'll have a few extra superfluous updates that are not triggered by render, but that won't matter because they will still do what we want. The only problem we're going to have again is we run into issues of raise conditions, or two different threads trying to update the same thing. YOLO, we're going to go with update. I don't like render the way I'm currently set up. I don't think that's right. It's not quite right too. We actually don't really, since we don't update anything inside the controls, we can do this, I think. And resize again happens automatically because we update the projection matrix, which tells it, I think, tells it to go ahead and do the update. Yeah. We don't need a start. Or you can just call render the first time. Because we're putting all of this in here. We could actually put this, yeah. We have to get the scene in the camera auto object in here, and there's no way we can do that directly in the other one. Okay, very good. Yeah, hopefully, I'm hoping some people might get some value out of watching me figure this stuff out the first time. Some of it's really obvious and probably driving people nuts. Some of it's like, oh yeah, I would have never thought of that. I assume everyone has their blind spots. Everyone has their peculiarities, the stuff they're good at, and the stuff they're bad at. But when you get even like 3 or 4 people together, if 3 or 4 people together, you'd be surprised how many blind spots get covered up. Like, we get overlapping coverage, overlapping fields of fire. Let's try this. It's kind of good to do a development cast because it's a little bit more mellow. The RimWorld casts are so action-packed and there's so much to narrate, there's so much going on, you got to be really hyped. Get really excited, I get really into it, right? And the fate of my colony and my followers is at stake here. In development cast, I can kind of Bob Ross it a bit more. Oh, out, making a happy little program, happy little JPEG. We'll just say this file lives over here, and his name is Game, and he lives with App, and they're friends. And this is a happy little object loader, and look at how it happily loads all the things that are underneath it. Not just one thing, but many things. That would be good, to be the Bob Ross of developer streams. Oh, what's my name? What's my name? Yeah, that was really easy to figure out, but you know what I mean? It's really satisfying, right? So notice what's interesting here is that when we move the camera, when we move notice something very specific about this. Even in this, there's something really interesting going on. Something that very simple but very interesting going on. Notice the light. I can put it on the corner. I can put it on that corner. But I'm not moving the object, am I? What am I moving? The camera. So what's interesting is the camera actually moves the object. It's moving the world view matrix around. So it's actually moving. When we move the camera with this thing, we're actually moving the object. Which means that if we want the camera to stay shining at the same thing, we're going to need to move it. We want to make it we could make it a child of this, I believe, and that would work. Or we could make it a child of the camera so that it always moves relative to the camera. But right now, and then it would actually always be facing, like right now, I think, it comes from directly behind us, is it? No, that's not it. I think it comes from up there, but it's interesting because I believe what I would expect if, like in Blender, is we would move around and the light would stay, and I would expect everything to move, including the whole scene, including the light, including everything, so that the relative, what's interesting I find is that the relative the relative location of the block and the light depends on the camera. And that doesn't make sense to me off the top of my head. So what do you think of this, though, so far? We just add a little bit of code, and now we actually at least have an orbit control. And look, we can zoom in and out, too. It's pretty neat. Ship it! Right? Not a unit test in sight. Ship it! People will be like, I don't get it. Wait a minute. What do I do here? Do I click on the light? What do I do? How do I win this game? The driver will troll everyone with this game. Ship it. We'll just call it Ship It. Put it up on the App Store. Probably make $100 randomly, right? Troll game development. No. We have to do much better than this. However, this is a good start because really what I want is if we think about our tiles, we can basically think of that as 1D squares or 3D squares. And I kind of want to think about them as 3D squares because ultimately, even though we may do a 2D View, I kind of want it to be a projection. I realize the easy way to do this, it sounds like it's hard, but it's easier to do 2D and 3D than it is to do it in 2D sometimes. Like, think about it like this. If you wanted to make a 2D game isometric, you would have to render that, and you want to do it with tiled, like TILED. Tiled is an application that allows you to make 2D maps out of random rosters. So you have to have all of your images made to a standard size. All your tiles have to be the right same size. Everything has to fit inside those. They have to match. Then you have to have a whole vocabulary of different matching shapes that will all go with each other and not go with other ones that you have to keep track of. And then so there's this whole editor, and you can make maps by hand, or maybe you can generate them. But even then, generating them is really complicated, right? Because now you have to drink of all of that extra grammar that has to happen, right? Or you can just make it in 3D, use an orthographic perspective, and render it. You won't be able to tell the difference with the final product. It's still a roster, right? So think about it. And you can scale the resolution simply by moving the camera like in and out by a certain amount. I mean, literally. And it's all just, and it's doable by math in your head. So it's like, do you really go through all that effort to use all of that infrastructure just to use this whole system of 2D images, or do you just render one 3D image? Is it really that much more complex to figure out the 3D rendering? Or is it more complex to figure out all the infrastructure associated with dealing with the fact that you're not dealing with a 3D engine? These are the questions you have to ask for your project. For some people, the extra overhead of dealing with the 3D means that, oh, absolutely, let's just use a 2D thing, because I just don't want to deal with that. And that's the correct decision for them, most likely, if that's what their gut tells them. For me, my gut tells me figure it out and do it the hard way and work from there. So this thing is rendering beautifully. We have our game ready to ship. Block and a light block, spotlight. I win. I just beat the game. It's too bad there isn't more people on to catch all these awesome jokes. What can you do? YouTube people. I look like crap today, so hopefully this doesn't get big on YouTube. Let's see, what do we got? My vanity is showing. Let's try this. Oh, the matrix. I can't do that. Wait. I was going to say, let's just make it an orthographic projection, but this matrix is for a frustum instead of a rectangle. I'm sorry, a box, for lack of a better term. It's the easiest way to think of it. Rectangular box. So we'd have to actually get the matrix is right. We can keep the matrix on the where is it? Where are you? Camera. Wait a minute. Actually, if you edit the time, oh yeah, GMT, AIT, GMT. I thank you. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Thank you for confirming that. And I believe we will do that. You know what? I am gonna switch to GMT because we do have a ton, both West Coast and I shouldn't say a ton. I say a ton. I have 35 followers. We haven't had a new follow today, but that's okay. It's the devcast. We don't really expect. We mostly the original follows come back. Most of the follows I've gotten recently came from the RimWorld stuff, which is more popular, but it's like junk food, right? Once in a while, great, but all the time, we got to do some development too, right? Thank you, and we will do that. So -5. So if it's 3 o'clock now, then it's 10 o'clock a.m. in Europe, right? So I just got that. Okay, so now that I think about it, the people that are checking me out in Europe are getting up super early, like really, really early. These are people like hitting me at like 6 a.m. It's tough, isn't it tough? Because it's like the schedule. There's so many people you want to accommodate. Trying to find the right schedule that's going to both hit you with new viewers and keep your old viewers happy is not necessarily a simple proposition, and that's interesting. There's a cast interest in that right there, I think. All right, so now we've got a camera updating. That was easy enough. I suspect that the problem, or the little weirdness we're seeing with the light, is very easily fixable by simply changing the parent-child relationships in this thing. Let us try this. What if we put the light as a child of mesh? I believe we want it relative to mesh if we want it to not move relative to mesh while we move the camera. Because that will move the light relative to the thing. Yes, this is correct, I believe. I believe this is correct. Let us try this. This will be interesting. We're doing this for science. This is for science. We don't know if this is going to work at all. We don't know. We don't care. We're going to give it a shot. Either way. Oops. Oops. Wait a minute. Come here, dude. Oh, wait. That's not what we want to do. What we want to do is this. Right? Does everyone see what I'm doing here? That intensity, too. That intensity. I think that's part of the problem. Let's try this. And the color is weird, too. That's not white. Right? Does cast shadow, but visible. Interesting. Anyways, cast shadow true, receive shadow true. The light does not. That's weird. The light, this shouldn't, I think this should be false, but whatever. It does cast shadow. Wait, no, it doesn't. Anyways. Let's see how this works. We will assemble our Avengers, but oh yeah, go assemble. Because we made changes to our markup, so we gotta move that stuff over to where it's gonna get seen. I remember what changes you made. Oh yeah, there we go. There's the intensity way down, right? And look, the light, I think, is it working? It's kind of working, I think, the way I want. Let's check. If I go back and change the intensity back to what it should be. Let's go to 0.9 instead. Yeah, we're in the afternoon lull, I think, here, where it's kind of like everyone's gone to work in Europe, and it's like just now 6 o'clock on in the Pacific Coast, so people are still kind of commuting out there. Although people in this mountain time are probably just about coming on right about now, right? But I love all the European visitors we get. I think that's so cool. And I am definitely going to continue catering to them. Okay, no, it's not doing what I expected, is it? It's still doing... Notice that we moved... Okay, we maintain the light. We're going to have to play with this and experiment. But I'm actually really happy with the results, I have to say. Honestly, I'm not too... Oh yeah, and we can translate even. Oh, nice. Okay, so great. We can inspect our scenes. You know what we should do is add an ice skybox, add some fog. put in a plane. We're going to make ourselves. Why don't we just we'll start making ourselves like a nice area. The plane. I almost feel like we should almost do that as a shader rather than a. You know what I mean? Rather than doing it as an explicit plane, because the problem with that is that it means we have to size it such that our camera, it's going to always be within our camera distance, right? Which means that we have to look for bounds, and that means that we have to enforce the camera to stop moving at certain places, blah, 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 blah. But we could, if we just assume an infinite horizon, a perfectly flat plane to an infinite horizon, that would be a really easy shader to do, right? We could just fill the space with pixels very simply, very easy, with very simple logic without thinking too much about it, because that translates mathematically pretty simply, right? And that way it will always go to the horizon, and it will, never be wrong. If all we care about is like an infinite flat horizon to work with in the short term, I think probably doing a shader is the best way to do that, rather than an actual mesh, right? Or we create, it's basically a mesh with points at infinity. It's a quad with points at infinity. I can't see any reason we shouldn't be able to do that mathematically with that. See, that's the other thing that you can't do. You can't make an infinitely large JPEG or PNG, can you? But you can actually work with you can mathematically work with an infinitely large quad geometry, to the degree that your math library, given the assumptions and axioms your library uses about infinity, but it's doable, right? We can deal with infinities. We have the calculus. So does that make sense? We've made a little upgrade to our code here, a minor upgrade so far. Today was really kind of more of a slow review. We're doing more of a slow theory discussion, QA, and review kind of thing today, because it's been so long since we've actually been coding. Excuse me. So from now on, we are going to use those GMT. Now, one of the things we could do is actually load like a more a couple different ways we can do this. So another program we can use, actually, have you ever seen SketchUp? This is kind of a cool program. See, this is what I mean by a shader. See this right here? Like, look, there's no actual plane for that horizon. It's just that it knows that it just has to fill pixels of a certain color to this line, no matter what. And when that line changes, it changes. But what you do below it doesn't. So it's very simple. There's no need to actually create an actual thing. Likewise, those lines are probably purely analytical. They just draw them and fade them away the farther away they get, because the fog naturally kind of does that. But this is a pretty easy. This is much like, say we want to make a tile, right? It kind of snaps, right? With shift, actually, with shift, so we can. What is it? How do I? There's one of these. We'll like make sure that I. There we go. Tab. All right. Now I want to make it a tile. I don't. There you go. There's my tile. I can export that and import that into Blender now. Super easy. Now, so let's see. Let's bevel it. Can we bevel? How do we bevel? I bet that's easy. Oh, that's a polygon tool. We can make hexagon tiles, etc. I want to bevel. I want to know how to bevel. That's an important thing. This is an important thing. Let's go to SketchUp. I'm going to run out of memory, and my whole thing is going to crash and burn, I bet. But I'm going to keep going. Sketch. Chamfer. Bevel. That's what we like. I love those words. Bevel and chamfer. English. I'm so crazy. Oh, it's a plugin. Okay. Okay. But would they really not? I could have sworn that would have been. All right, so we can't bevel dynamically. Or we can round it, can't we? Can we smooth? They have modifiers. Let's see. See, this is the thing. And so here's the trade-off, right? SketchUp is very easy. Like what I've found this is great for is just, like I said, I want to do a box of a certain height inside. Bang, bing, 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 export it. What it's not great for is, like, again, when you want to do sophisticated stuff like beveling, smoothing, distorting, bump mapping, yada, yada. I'm sure you can do that stuff, but it's not necessarily, like, what are you curious? The controls are pretty much universally. I'm not going to get into like how these controls work because you'll figure it out yourself as soon as you play with it in the mouse. Let's see. See, look, we can also do this. We can. This is kind of interesting, right? Wait, we don't want to do that. Take this one, right? And we're going to go what, this way? No, that's not what I want to do. I think what I can do is I can take this and then draw a spline. Everyone know what a spline is? It's like a curve. Anyways, I just want to poke around in this. I'm not exactly sure. I gotta figure out. This is like scaling, right? We know that. Scale. We want to scale it to 1. 1. There we go. So that's 1, and then let's extrude. Right? Let me go back to extrude. One of the things I like for this is just like so easy to extrude. Oh, and now this is in inches. We're gonna go. How about like 0.5? Because that's what the other one was 1. No, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna take that as half of whatever. Anyways, can you adjust the vertices and change their position? Absolutely. However, Blender is going to give you more sophisticated tools for doing that, right? And we're going to get into that. This is good for SketchUp is really good for when you want to really quickly bang out basic shapes, and it supports pretty much all the you can export it into an OBJ format, upload it into Blender, so you can use basically all of these tools any way you want, right? We can build in Blender, import to SketchUp, and vice versa. Whatever tool works for us is what we want to use. Absolutely. I'm not that big of a deal. Like, I'm not that big of a. One of the things you'll notice is that I'm really concentrating on is more than developer productivity, is being able to change my mind without costing myself too much. That's like I don't like Pixie.js. Like we spent the day, got rid of that, replaced it with a totally new subsystem, I mean, a whole different rendering engine, and we could do it really in a couple hours, right? Because it's just not that big of a deal. That's what we want to keep. That's the kind of perspective we want to keep. Because we're going to realize we coded ourselves into a corner. We're going to realize we made a few bad assumptions. We're going to realize that this library sucks. We're going to realize this thing isn't what I wanted. Yada yada. So we got to make sure those don't cost us. Now, what else did they have? I was looking for bevels and stuff like that. That's probably that's what I was looking for. Really, but, yeah. But it's not that important. We could do that. Like, watch. Let's look up Blender bevel. See if we can do that. Bevel modifier, right? That's what I was thinking. I see. I do actually kind of. Some of this is coming back. I do have a pretty good idea. Oh wow! They updated the Blender. Oh my God! Thank you, Blender. Oh my God! This documentation was so hard to navigate. So, oh my God! If you try to read this on mobile, death. Blow your brains out. This is so much nicer than it was. This is what I'm talking about. And notice we can do lots of different kinds of bevels. Only vertices, segments. We can adjust it. So this is actually really cool. This is what I want. Let's go back. The alternative, a non-destructive alternative to the bevel operation in edit mode. Okay, so everyone understand, this is our first Blender lesson. Blender lesson number 1. Operations are permanent. Modifiers are non-destructive. And that's very important. It's very, very important. So you understand the distinction. The bevel modifier is probably lower performance. Again, once you do the bevel operation, it's permanent, baked into the hard-coded into the vertices and the analytical encoding of the geometry. It'll be hard-coded into it. Whereas with a modifier, we start with a simple geometry and then apply a function to each element and modify it. And that happens, as that can be undone. So the point is, you're only storing the underlying square, and then the instructions of how to modify it, rather than the resulting object itself. And in some cases, the former is what you need, and in some cases, the latter is what you need. You need the flexibility of being able to do either, because you can't really determine in all situations what you're going to need. Sometimes you want the flexibility, sometimes you'll need the performance and the predictability. It just depends. So you need the option, and that's the beautiful thing about Blender. So what I would assume as a newcomer to Blender, and looking at this, that we really want to always use modifiers unless there's a very good reason to use an operation. We would use a modifier, and then when we are happy with it and we really need to bake it into a hard-coded object, maybe to export to the game engine, that's when we would translate that to an operation. But really we want to store it as a set of modifiers. Blender lesson number 1. Specifically when we come to the geometrical, we're talking about the geometrical modeling. We haven't even got into texture and shading and all that great stuff too. So let us try this. Bevel attempt number 1. It will make us a nice little cube. Yeah, I got you. So let's take the, what is it? We got it selected in the scene. The selection logic is something I still need to figure out exactly. We've got our cube, and here's the vertices. Add. See, here, are these all modifiers, or, yeah, all right. Where is it? Let's go back to it. So how do we turn on? So it tells us how to do it. So modifiers. So let's see if they give us something here. No. Introduction. The modifier stack. So our types of modify. Okay. Generate. Gotcha. Bevel. Deform. Yeah. Okay. So let's go. There's a modifiers menu. I don't need to, yeah, mesh tools. I would expect it to be somewhere over here, but let's go look. It's probably something I'm obviously missing. Let's look. Add a modifier. Here we go. So we got cube, add a modifier. Let's try a bevel. Generate bevel. There you go. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Except, you know what? I don't actually want it to apply to all things. Like what I would do here, let's go into, what is it? Edit mode. Yeah, we are in edit mode. Okay. The modifier itself, oh wait, we don't want to do that. We want to delete, like, if we, watch this. What happens if we delete that vertex? How do we delete that? Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm going to come back to here, modifier. I lost it. It's kind of what we wanted. Here we go, edit mode. Okay, so now, no. Yeah, okay, that's what. Oh, normal. Okay, I got it. Local. Yeah, local is what I want. Yeah, okay. Oh, so next thing we need to look, how do we delete? You can adjust the added variable. Oh, you already asked that. I'm sorry. Pardon me. I thought that was a new question. So, Blender, edit mode, delete vertex. I'm curious how we do this. Manual editing, editing mesh deleting. X or delete. That's what I thought. Well, what the F, yo? Delete edge. No, vertex. Oops. Not what we wanted. See, I thought this was for the bevel. That's not. Okay. Yeah, we can only do, this is like for a die, like if we want to make a die, right? And then we could actually do a subtractive, like if we wanted to make a die here, like model a die, we could do subtractive geometry by creating a sphere and sticking it halfway here, right? And then subtracting the sphere from this, and it would do the inverse of that, so we'd have that stick out. And then we could bevel that edge to make it rounded again. It would look just like a real rounded, gorgeous die, right? If we want to do, but we don't want to do vertices only for me. What I want to do is actually only do it on the top. Oh, and so that's how we do it. Watch. We actually, let's get rid of this modifier. So what we really want to do is select these, right? And select these. So now we have the top thing. All I want to do is, now I'm going to add a bevel modifier. No! I thought if I selected just that, I could have created. So maybe what I need to do is create the top face as a child object, and then bevel that. So I don't want it, because like what I don't want, I actually kind of want it, I don't want it beveled on the bottom. Wonder how we do that. See what I'm saying? But this is pretty good actually for now. This is kind of what I need. Let's actually what we want to do is like squish it. So let's right, let's add a let's see here, what do we want to do? I don't really need to do that. I can just apply it as scale. Right. So let's go back to the this guy here. Scale in the Z. Let's scale it in the Z 0.25. See what I'm doing here? The Z is the blue axis, and I want to create a tile that I can fit together. You know what I mean? I'm kind of just like playing around with tile, like I'm thinking about rendering what these would look like rendered. Yeah, I think you have to make a child. I agree. So thank you, Adam. That's just what I was thinking. My assumption was what I can do is I think I can take this and say, like I can say create something from selection, right? I assume I can probably say create a new object from selection, and it will automatically make it as a child of the, since I'm in the cube, make it a child of the cube, I assume. Let's try this. There's probably a right-click option. No. We have this, why don't we say, mesh. See, the only other thing, actually, I know what we wanted. We got a problem. You notice here, one of the important things, actually, I noticed here, is here's the problem with the scale. Right. Let's get this back to 1. This applies to both the that applies to the modifier too. So we kind of want to create actually what we want is a cube. We really want to. Let's do this. Undo the. We want to undo the modifier. Right. We want to come here. We want to scale it. Oops, sorry, by 0.25. And then there's something we can do here. I believe we can say bake these into the, like bake these transformations into it. Right? How do we do this? I know, there's got to be a way for me to just hit a button. Yeah, I thought there was too. It must be my selection mode or something. Medium point. Yeah, solid. That's okay. Parent. That's okay. One second. Transformation. Transform locks. Delta transform. See, this is. Oh, yeah. But it should, I believe, have a an option to just say, okay, I don't want this to be. I want to just retranslate this. Start over. And rebake the. This is what it like by applying this matrix. We end up with the result here, but we should be able to just multiply the matrix and then have that be the new. Okay, let me go. Let me see here. Blender, mesh, apply, scale to vertices. Yeah, directly on mesh data. Apply. Okay, what is that? Control A. See, a lot of these are, Apple A. How do we apply? Control A. No. See, we can extrude. We were doing the extrude before, right? We can extrude the face. We can do all this stuff. I think we apply it over here. Oh, I know, that's the problem. I think that's what we're doing wrong. Where's our... Where? Oh, no. So let's not scale yet. Let's get the whole cube. Oh, I get it, yeah. So where do I put... Where's the value in the scale, though? That's what I got to figure out. Oh, try space bar. Thank you. That's what we wanted. Oh, awesome. Where'd you get that from? Just out of curiosity. How did you know that? Because I wouldn't have thought of that. Oop. Perfect. Global. We don't care about that. And now, how do we apply? We just like enter or something? I thought there was like an apply. Anyways, now if we add the bevel, where is our... the constraint axis is Z, that's fine. 0.25, this is all fine. We just want to apply it. Space bar. Oh, there we go. Make normals consistent. And a translation. No, that's not it. Well, it's got that. I don't get why this is like resize. It was there, but no. Remove. No, we don't want to redo those. I think it's applied by now. I don't know. I don't know if this is permanent or not. I think it is. I think once you just like enter it in. But I don't know why. Can I still go back and... Oh, no, remove doubles. That's the last thing I did. So once I do something else, I can no longer edit it. Okay, fair enough, right? But now if we apply our bevel, we will get what we want. See? That is what I wanted. At least somewhat. What I really kind of want is for these to actually come out to a point, I think. Not the vertices, the edges, but not the vertices. So 1 is fine. Oh, we can apply it, copy it, etc. With method, what's this now? Oh, can I do this? I want to make that up, maybe a vertex group. Let's try that. There's probably a way to do this. Wait, let me go back to the scene of... No, it's groups. Here we go. Groups. Come on now, where is it? I want to add one. Add to group. I have selections. It's the whole cube. I'll have to figure that out. But that's actually pretty good for now. That's pretty good. Found the Blender hotkey reference. Oh man, you are the man. Thank you, Adam. Skay. Another MVP. Yet another MVP. Let's take a look here. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Let's put that. I'm putting that right over OBS for now. That is glory. Glory. All right, what do we got? Object hotkeys. Okay, so we have object hotkey, object mode hotkeys, universal hotkeys, lots of those. I suspect also, you know, the other problem is too, I don't even have a full keyboard. Like I'm not using, I don't have, they use a lot of hotkeys on the side of the mouse, like, I'm sorry, the side of the keyboard. What are those things? The extra key is 100, excuse me, a wide format keyboard. The data entry stuff, they use that, and I don't have it. Convert. Yeah, surface to a mesh, yada, yada, yada. Oh, see, that's what I was looking for. See, watch this. Alt-C. No? That's like, we're just making a new mesh, right? Alt-C. No? C? Copied selective objects to buffer. Oh, interesting. So let's try this. Under the cube. Nah. Don't do that. Okay, we do have the cube. Can we just like paste? No. Two screen. This seems like a really weird menu to have like for the pop-up. Shift A. This is the add. Yeah. Convert. Curve surface. Yeah. That's not what we're looking for, I guess. Control L? No. Control L. Is it Apple L on mine? I don't see. This is the thing, is I can't tell if it's like the keypad, if it's does the normal swapping on Mac or what. But this is still a pretty good tile. We should probably texture it. We can duplicate it, right? And figure out how to duplicate. Well, actually, what we don't want to do, what we want to do is, again, we want to use a modifier, which is copy this according to a grid, right? And then we can start putting some stuff on them. Let's render. I'm digging it. See, we got a nice. If we do this, let's do this actually as a watch this. Camera. It's kind of weird that all of this is like you have to have it selected to get. Like, what if we have a cube selected and we go to the camera? Oh no, it becomes cube. So this is what I'm saying. It's weird. It's weird, right? That's the thing about Blender. Yeah, that's weird. That's a weird UI convention, if you ask me. There we go. So this will fit in a perfect rectangle. I mean, a perfect. We could render it this way. This has no perspective. We can tile this any way we want. So, see what my point is, by just changing from perspective to orthogonal, we just got ourselves a perfect isometric square by just having the camera pointing in the right direction. Right? Can't do that with tiled. And now we can just we could see the way I would do this actually is to do this as a square, right, like this, right? Of a stand, and then overlap them, and they'd all line up perfectly. And you just z-index them so as they come forward towards you, they're more closer and they'd overlap. That's how you would do it in the tiled way of doing it, right? But we can send this directly to the. We can apply it directly to the forehead and render it in our engine over here, right? Apply directly to the forehead. If we only knew why our lighting model was so forked. Definitely want to do like a gray background. Let's see if we can do that. Let's all right. Oh, it's the WebGL render. Okay. Oh, Gamma. Gamma probably has a big part of it too. See, that's okay. Good. I suspect that most of what the difference between we see in Blender and our rendering engine have to do with configuration. Now that I look at it, like again, this is telling us, do we want to apply Gamma, stuff like that. Shadow maps, we don't need any shadow maps. We don't have any maps. That's like kind of chroma key kind of thing. That's fine. That's where is this? What's the clear color? I don't get that. I thought that was like a chroma key kind of thing. I would have thought that was. I would have thought that was the background. 1 second. Let me. I might be working. Yeah, it's the canvas. Yeah, it is set clear color. Okay. Then let's try this. Let's go back to our code. Doop-a-doop, doop-a-doop-a-doop, doop. Right, if we go back here, we can set, this is one of those things we are going to do by code, which we probably shouldn't, but we'll get to that. Because it's in the renderer, it's kind of outside the scope of the thing that it's rendering. Set clear color, right? X. Excuse me. Forget what that one is, but we'll experiment with that. Okay, we will compile. Well, that's not compiling, but we will compile. All right, hold on one sec. I might be missing all sorts of chat here. For that, I apologize. Try the scroll to scroll the pop-up menu. Yeah, I will. Hold on one sec. I certainly will. What did I do this time? Yeah, that's not what it is. That is not what it is. What was it? And that's like, oh, that was the old documentation. Let's go to the real documentation. Set clear color. Yeah, just set clear color. Or alpha. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Just do this. That should give us gray. Right? Scroll the pop-up menu. Now, let's see. I don't think it gave me the option, but I'm going to try that in a moment. We shall. All this and more for science. Oh, wait. All stack size. What did I do? And, you know, that's coming from the... this is good. It's kind of funny how the light render... We really got to fix that, but we will. I like this background a little bit better. Oh, that's what my problem is. I'm not square. That should be a square. But it scales like this. We got to... Watch. See, where is it? Do this. No, it doesn't. Okay, it's doing it right. It's supposed to do it the way it's supposed to do it. It's doing it right. Now, I don't know, this call stack size thing, we'll get back to that. Yeah, that's, watch where this is happening. This is happening in the, there's a matrix missing or something that's trying to copy over. It's all right. We'll figure that out. We'll try to figure that out. But that's one thing I wanted to figure out. So we got that. That's a little closer to what we wanted. Now. Oh, yeah, look at that. No. Oops. Whoa, what did I hit there? Whoa, I did not mean to do this. Wait a minute. Oh, shoot. I don't know how I did that. I really see. This is the problem with Blender. Oh, good. No problem, Adam. Don't worry about it, man. I'm sorry about that. I'm just trying to figure this out. This is what I don't like. I just accidentally got into vertex paint mode. How did I do that? Object mode. There we go. Okay. And then we have edit mode, right? We get the mesh tools. Sculpt mode. That's where we were. We could also do that. And texture paint. Okay, so there's basically here's one of the things we should understand too. There's basically two ways to represent color of the object, right? Right now we're just got a simple flat color, right? And it's interpreting. We can see there's some specular highlights coming from the. It's using a simple font shader or something like that. There's two ways to do this, right? You can either say every vertex has a color associated with it, and it will just smoothly interpolate between every triangle's vertex the color. This is a very simple way of doing things. You don't need to provide any textures to do this. You don't need to do. You can just give a color per. Right? You can give every vertex gets a color. Right? Very simple. The other way to do it is with texture mapping. And texture mapping involves we actually take a texture and say we want to apply it to this surface this way, and this surface that way, and this surface that way, and we want to map this pixel from over here, this XY coordinate from this texture to this vertex, and this XY coordinate to this vertex, and this XY coordinate, right? So we give it a texture and XY coordinates and say map this, and then it will smoothly interpolate between that on our surface. So if we want to give it like a dirt or I mean, we can generate these textures ourselves using random noise generation too, right? That's kind of cool. We'll do that. I've done some of that in Blender, and I'm sorry, done some of that in Unity. If I can ever find the project, I seem to have destroyed it, which is really a bummer, because it was kind of a great project. Good one to show off. So we have figured out this far much that we can create a little tile, we can bevel it with a modifier. That's all well and good. It'll be interesting to see how this outputs. If it probably applies all of that stuff and outputs it as a standard, a finished thing rather than just a cube. I'm sorry, just a quad. Okay, so as you saw, we actually got into these texture paint, like the painting modes. We can vertex paint. Let's try. Let's actually do vertex paint, right? Brush. We don't want white. We want light. Let's make it green. All right, I like that. Okay. Blend. Right. See now, look, that vertex. It's green. I'm telling it to be green here. Be green vertex, and then I can apply this word. Be more green. Be more green. Be more green. And eventually we got it. If we apply it really strongly here, eventually it'll be super green everywhere. Just be exactly the color we want. But notice it's interpolated between that. So let's go. Actually, what would be really good? Let's find like a dirt color. Like something like that. Be a little. Okay. And so notice what. We forgot to do our green on the other side. That's all right. We'll get to that. And let's get this vertex over here. It does it by face, not just vertex. It looks like. So let's go back to get our green. All right, let's, what color do we want? We should have left that as we should have sampled that. How do I sample it? How do I sample it? I don't know how to get back to that color. Oh my God. I don't know how to get back to it. Ah! So what I was thinking was kind of just like, right, let's just look at it this way and go out of texture paint. Let's go back into object mode. And let's render it with our texture. See? Isn't that cool? I mean, except for the fact that we forgot to apply the green on this merc. If we look at it from this way, and if we change the light, actually, where's the light? Let's. We want to move that like over here. Watch this. Where are you? All right. Let's translate you. Whoops. Ah. I don't like that. Anyways, let's render. What do we got? Hey! That's not fair. You son of a gun. I want to see something. Okay. There you go. I kind of hate these. I hate these tools. Okay. Okay, you know what we're going to do? I'm not saving this. I'm going to start over. It's easier to redo what I was doing than it is to undo what I just did. Get rid of you, because you're running every frame. All right. So let me think about this now. Let me think about this. So the way I was envisioning this was as a grid-based, tile-based type game. Oh, on the lamp. Yeah, good point. Yeah, no, I mean, and also it's the same thing also in the game engine that it's the transform, it's the way it's doing the transform, it's interpreting the transform that's screwing it up. Obviously, just exactly what it needs to be is right, but there's like the world, the view, like there's the world, the view, the model view. You know, it's in most of a couple of these matrices are always applied together. So they'll say like the model view matrix because there's two that they go together all the time. Keeping it straight in your head can be a little tough. By default, OpenGL has a specific way of doing it. All right, so we've got resizing. We've got a little bit of camera control here. We've got the background color set up. We could add the fog. Don't too worry about that just right now. We really got to. We want to create grids of tiles. I like the tile we had there. We could just do those vertex. Well, let's try to do them a little better than that. Try to do that. Let me think about this for a minute. Let me think for a minute. The bevel is there. Oh, on the lamp. Yeah, it's easy enough for me to redo. What I would have done in my what I should have done, and I was trying to mouse around because I was trying to play with something. What I would have done if I was serious about it would have just been to do the math in my head and enter it into the boxes. That's how I always do stuff. I don't like using the mouse in the editor at all. Which is why, again, I'd rather almost just write the code. You know what I mean? Again, it gets to the point where it's like, why am I writing? Why am I entering in these values into this UI over and over again? I'll start writing code. Okay, I'm gonna be in AFK for like 30 seconds while I go get a new glass of water here. We're almost 4 o'clock. We've been casting for about 4 hours and 20 minutes since we started. I'm gonna continue. I'm just gonna take a break because my voice is kind of dropping out here, and I need to wet my whistle. Wet my whistle, and then we'll come back and we'll continue mucking around with the Blender stuff. And I don't know, Adam, if you want to think about something specific we want to do, because we got like a good another hour, if there's something specific you're interested in, you want to check out, just give me a shout in the chat, or likewise, anyone else watching, just give a shout, and we'll see if we can do that next. And we'll wrap up for the day in another hour or so. And then I think I'm probably going to either play some Heroes of the Storm offline, off stream, and or do some more RimWorld tonight, maybe. If I do RimWorld, it'll be after 8, though. So maybe we'll do everything. Maybe we'll do it all. All right, I'm going to be back in about 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Wait. Being right back. BRB, 5 minutes. Not even, I'm sorry. All right, we are back. Thank you for your patience there while we just take a quick break and get myself a drink, water. And yeah, thank you for the tip, Adam. Milk doesn't really agree with me, but like I do some of those protein shakes once in a while, and that does kind of help. And towards the end of the day, my voice gets a little, I get a little raspy, and I need a little more water. But otherwise, we're doing great. But thank you very much for the tips. Always very much appreciated. So we were at the point where we our exporter doesn't quite work. We figured out how to the modifiers. And by the way, I was browsing my Steam library and another good puzzle game is called Hex Cells. Thank you. Let's take a look at that right now. Today is kind of a scrub day, and that we're not really worried about getting too much done. We added a little few things to our code. We'll check that in later, but I wasn't worried about productivity really. So what did we want? We wanted what was the hex cells? Let me check that out. I feel like I might have seen that. And it's only 89 cents. I love games like that. Oh yeah, I love it. I already love it. So it's like Minesweeper. It's like Hex Minesweeper, right? Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, we are absolutely getting this. And playing this. We're going to stream the crap out of this. This is great. This is exactly the kind of stuff we want to do. By the way, I really appreciate those. There was the other one we were looking for. I want to make sure I got it. What was it? The room. Oh, wait, that's on Windows only. But I will follow it. And see, this is a different kind of puzzle game that I'm actually. It's kind of like a different. I don't want to follow actually. Okay. It's kind of a different one that I'm thinking of. But Hex Cells is very much in the vein of what I'm thinking of. And what was the other one? Hook I liked. All right, what was that? That looked like a good one. Again, for 99 cents. And then what was the other game we were looking at? Oh yeah, it was Fortress Craft. This is on my wish list, right? Let me put that on the wish list. And I like Puzzle Quest. I haven't done Puzzle Quest 2. Hey, Puzzle Quest. Oh, wait a minute. That looks cool. I haven't seen that before. No, I got Hook, right? Check it out. I just made sure it was on my wish list. Yes. This we were absolutely checking out too, right? This is. Oh, I want to, because mostly what we're going to do with the idea of playing these and let's do Let's Plays. First of all, it's good because I can actually put those up to YouTube and monetize. So hopefully someday that'll actually maybe earn something someday as I get better at doing this. Second of all, we will help us inventory various mechanics. And when we have a full inventory of all of the games that we love, from the mechanics from all the games that we love, we will think about them in the abstract and try to apply them in new and exciting ways inside our new game. Because we really want to rely on the convention and idiom that exists, players already know, while providing an interesting new twist. And circuits, I've heard of that too. There was a game I was watching too called what was it called? Party Hard. It looked really fun to cast too. Actually, Tangent was casting that. So let's check out circuits. Yeah, for $5, that looks like great. I've heard of this. Yes, this looks awesome. Oh wait, oops, I didn't mean to do that. I suspect this is supposed to have desktop audio, and we are supposed to be hearing it. However, oh yeah, here we go. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, but this. There you go. I can't hear it, but you guys can. This is neat. How much is this? What is it? What do they want for this? Freaking $5? Yeah, we'll get that. That was a really good one. And of course, I wonder if there's even more. See, yeah, I was gonna say I Bejeweled 3. I was wondering if there was like any other like, nah. There's Puzzle Pirates, right, which is free. I've never actually played that, but Puzzle Quest, the original one, was like my favorite. I haven't done Puzzle Quest 2 yet, so let's go there. We'll find out. What other games can we go? Is there anyone else watching? You got any suggestions? Shout them out if you got suggestions in chat. If you got suggestions, because I want to play all the puzzle games. I love this game. I don't know if you guys ever played Puzzle Quest, but this is great. It's just like it's an RPG shell. It's like Bejeweled over with an RPG shell over it. It's awesome. Big Pharma is a big price. Centris. Music performance game. You make your own music. You drop, recycle, and stack sound blocks into a spinning loop. I cannot hear that. But I will I'll check out my own stream later and find out what this sounds like. No, I can just listen to it directly, obviously, in my Steam client. But that looks cool, right? You like that. We'll go back, check that out later. What else do we got here? I'm not sure about that one. Hook, yeah. I'm looking for something more explicitly. Divide by sheep. Sorry, I gotta check that out. It's available for Mac. I love it. You're adding that to it. That looks good, right? Can we hear what for Divide by Sheep? I think we want to play that. That's right, my wheelhouse. Oh, shush. Oh, Blockwork. This was the other one, too, I wanted to see. This looks really cool. I thought I added all these to my thing, but, you know, whatever. I'm checking all this out. We're gonna get all this. So this is actually good. This is content for, let's see, we probably got at least a few months of Let's Plays lined up, because I think I can pretty much cast all of this. You must build a boat. Subject 13. Loop. A tranquil puzzle game. Okay. Oh, you know what this looks like? This is like Suro. Have you ever seen that board game Suro? This is what this is. You do the same thing. You're moving a piece around by creating the board as you play. This is essentially the same kind of thing. But I like it. I like the concept, so we're definitely we're gonna check this out. See that? See what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm with it. It's like Celtic Knot game. I thought about that too. As like, you know, was there a game dealing with Celtic knots? They seem to have answered the question in an interesting way. Sakabon. Let's check that out, man. Oh, yes. I got it. I love it already. It's chemistry. I got it. I get it. It's about... Yeah, I got it. This is cool. I already see where they're going with it, and I love it. Yeah, that's one of the beautiful things, what I like about this, and one of the principles that I really want to focus on in the design of my game is that math and nature have already figured stuff out, like in a very elegant way. Don't redo, like this, the rules of this game are based on the rules of chemistry, and those rules are so elegant. Like, you know, why would you mess with them, right? So just use them the way they are. And this is like, I think, a game that kind of embodies that principle. I hope we're definitely going to play this. This might be one of the first ones we play. This is what came out in July 21st, a year ago. It's been out for a while. I've heard of this. I think I even heard it mentioned on Penny Arcade, for example.
Did you know water is the main ingredient in milk?
We're gonna pick up. We're gonna go dump like a couple, like 20, 30 bucks into puzzle games at some point. This looks really promising. We're definitely gonna play this.
But don't worry, we've switched to ones that don't catch fire. Did you know Soccer Bond is coming to Steam on July?
I love it. 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 Let's see. Where were we? Audio surf. Nah. What else do we got? Luna's Water. I bet you there's some really good ones in here. I'm just kind of looking for casual puzzles, though, right now. Let's take a look at... You look kind of interesting. Soccer Bond looks awesome. Okay, this... you've bored me to death already. I love math, and you've already lost me. Goodbye. Sorry, man. Alright, though. Alright. Modifiers. Compositing. Yeah, see, the surfaces are kind of neat, but we don't really, I don't think we need it that sophisticated yet. Meshes are meshes. I mean, this is kind of good to go over if you're not familiar with the stuff, but I'm kind of, I don't think we need to do that. That's like a whole cast, honestly, just going over what meshes are and how you deal with them and how the data is structured and how the different things deal with it. That's a whole cast in and of itself, so I'm going to assume that. Assume a can opener. Right, we will assume a can opener. They do have a specific game engine, but I don't think I want to use that. I don't really care about animation rigging just yet. We're mostly concerned with modeling, which is mostly about grouping, selecting. This is the stuff we really need to learn, right? Active and selected and unselected. Okay. This is going to be pretty boring watching me do this. So let's do something else. I'm not going to read documentation online on my stream. That is too boring, even for me. Bear with me. It's the end of the day. And after talking and streaming and coding, and having a good time all day, I tend to get a little worn out about this time. This is about where I start losing my momentum, so to speak. All right, we've got this framework here, looking pretty good. We have we've got it rendering. We've got some camera. Oh yeah, when you were talking about the scene, excuse me. I'm going to go back to the way it was. Check that out. We didn't actually test that. See, I can't even type anymore. This is when I know I need a break, but it's quite all right. The development streams are almost a little hard. You know, it's easy. It's easier to stream the games because it's just easier to be entertaining, easier to go stream of consciousness. Like when you're doing the development streams, you end up juggling a lot of eggs, and you end up having to think pretty heavily about a lot of stuff while you're doing it. It definitely takes a bit more out of me, I feel like. But this is all good. There we go. So notice that, okay, so that is screwed up until we move it and the perspective gets corrected. Yeah. So we're moving this. We're not moving the camera when we do this. We're moving the object. No, we are, actually. No, I'm an idiot. Think about it. The light's fine and the camera is moving. It's just that the material, the way the material works, is just highly specular. Wait a minute. Let me think about this. See, because it never goes down below here. When we move the camera down here, we're at the bottom. There's no light down here. Excuse me again. Right? So it's staying up there. Yet, when we move up here, we see a little bit, because it's coming up from up there. It's basically like it's a shiny metal surface right now. We got to change the specular highlight. If we remove the specular highlights, it'll probably just render the way we expect, where it will just look the same kind of, and we move the camera around it. So I do believe it's just mostly the material that's at fault here, not the camera. So okay, very good. Let's take a look. How does he actually do the geometry? It's kind of funny. Look, that could be. I mean, you need one. Can't see any reason to make it like almost one. Oh, you bastards! Well, I'm not going to do that for all of them. Never mind. Oh yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. I'm that OCD right now, and I'm that useless. This is actually, although it's not doing anything useful, it makes me feel better. The math won't likely be any different at any precision that matters. But that doesn't mean we don't want it to be correct. Succubon does look very promising. I am definitely checking that out. Well, let's update the texture. I think the other problem is too, perhaps, is that we're not creating a proper texture. Like, we gotta fix that too, so that happens automatically. I think the other problem is that we're not really. This is like the absence of a texture. There's a light but no texture, so that the interpretation is doing something weird in default. But if we put a proper texture on it, then maybe it'll work the way we expect, right? Because the light does seem like it's coming. No, why would it follow? It's a little strange. It's alright, we'll play with it. Alright. Great. Meet. One moment, please. Mimi is getting a little antsy. It's alright. So it has something to do with our transform, undoubtedly. But we can at least... Whoa. We can navigate around, and this is actually kind of like what we want. Why don't we... we could just go ahead and start generating some terrain. We could start subdividing this. So there's a couple different ways we can do this, right? We can create a grid of squares. We can create a rectangle, we can create a big grid and then subdivide it and then into squares. We can use a plane and pretend it's a square and just not show the camera, let the camera go somewhere where it can't see the other side. We could do a lot of different things here. And it's a little too late in the day for me to really think coherently about this. So for now, I'm going to probably just live with the changes I have here. While I figure out and I play with the textures and stuff tonight a bit. What else can we do? Oh, you know what I wonder? Let's take a look at that scene object again that it's logging. Yeah, I know, that's all right. Oh, we're not logging any of that. None of that really matters. We're going to figure out why that's happening. But I think it's, again, it's just something's missing that should be there. Like, the light, there's its matrix. That's all well and good. Where is the mesh? The material? Right. It's a basic Phong material. Let's make some, I don't know what that value is supposed to be. Oh, it's a hex value or something, I bet. Shininess, let's get that down to 0. Let's keep it 0.1. Not entirely 0. Let's play around. Does the stream just froze? I don't see any drop frames myself here. It could be your internet connection. What is it, 417? I can't guarantee it either way. If it's me, I apologize. I don't see a problem on my end yet. Let me try and check. No, I think we're okay on my end. I believe we are okay. So, whoops. There we go. It's a little better. Right? Ah, there we go. And that's shaded the way I expected. See what I'm saying? The problem was I had too much shininess on it. That's all. Now that's rendered exactly the way we'd expect. Awesome. It's kind of going super low frame rate. What do I got? It's like, we could add some stats. We could add that stats thing too, actually. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing to have. One of the things we want to figure out here. Let me take a look. Where is this doing this? Orbit control. It doesn't like the orbit control is forking. We'll figure that out. I'll just fix that. The orbit control is missing something it expects. Okay, so that's good. This looks a little bit more like Blender, doesn't it? That's a little bit more like Blender. We don't have any vertex colors. See, the weird thing is we don't have any vertex colors, which would normally, like, we actually probably want to have those all be white in order for this to interpret correctly. I think that's the problem. The way Blender is doing it is it's probably compositing those lighting values with white underneath it, and or gray or light gray or whatever the default is, and it's likely doing some gamma correction. So to get ours, we're closer to ours looking exactly the way Blender is, and once we have that. So it's weird. I've checked on the screen, they work fine. Okay, well maybe it is me. Again, I can't find a problem on mine. I just refreshed my dashboard, and it does show the screen configuration as excellent as a minute ago. And I show no drop frames, and I've been up for 4 hours and 49 minutes using, I'm streaming at a little over 2K per second, about 2.2K per second. So I think I'm okay. You know what I can do? Let me check. If I go to my video manager, and my video is chopped up into smaller videos, then that means I've been dropping, right? So what we got. That won't tend to lie. Nope, the only stream I got is started 5 hours ago. So I think I think it's not on my end. It might just be, maybe Twitch is trolling me. Twitch just doesn't like me. But I seem to be okay, as far as I know. Twitch is telling me I'm okay. But I really, really appreciate any updates like that. Telling me that is super helpful. So as soon as we move this, we get the right perspective. But until we do, I know what we have. I know we have a problem, right? What we need to do to make that, let's fix one look thing. So that this will be the right, this I believe is our problem. We're going to do this when we first start up as well. Right? We might not need this. Actually, let's try that. I think that'll work. So again, I'm sorry, Adam, you're having a problem. I wish I knew exactly what it was. One sec. I just realized if you can't see I was explaining everything on stream, and you can't see the stream is what you're complaining about. Nice one, Sean. Hold on. Oops. Thank you for bearing with me. I just want to I don't want to leave him abandoned in chat all by himself if he can't see us. But he's saying he can see other streamers, but not me, and yet Twitch is showing me, again, I'm on my dashboard, I see I look all right. Let's go to my channel. Let's check it out. So worst that could happen. You might get some audio that you don't want to hear. A little while. Feedback, whatever. But it's not the end of the world. All right. Yeah, there we go. I see myself streaming. Look at me stream. Look at me go. All right. I don't need this. Let's go back to our dashboard. Just want to confirm. I am live, so we're okay. Hopefully we will get Adam back, see if we will figure out what's wrong with the stream so he can come join us again. But we will hopefully I can respond to him in chat. We've got about 40 minutes left of our stream, our dedicated stream time. Stream time. Where was I? Go, compile, and assemble. Usually when I hear something like that, I almost immediately assume it's my problem, because it almost always is. But this time, I don't think it is. And I hate to think there's a viewer that wants to watch and can't, because, you know, I don't have that many. We can't afford to lose a single viewer. We need them all. We need all our viewers. And we value and love all our viewers, whether they can connect or not. I love it. It does work. It will be archived, yes. Yes, let me update for it. And I also, let's put a link to my YouTube, I guess. Where is that? What is my YouTube link? This is a great idea. Let's find out, shall we? I think it's exactly what I would expect it to be. Whoops. No. There we go. It takes me to creator, and then my my view channel. There we go. All right. Excellent. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you. Again, Adam is an excellent viewer and is a big MVP today. He helped us out figure out a bunch of stuff, pointed us to some documentation, and also turned us on to some games. Let's see, it's almost right. We do have to update the projection matrix, I believe. So I want to give him a special shout. Thank you very much. Rock on, dude. Hope to see you again soon. Can't wait. We will be back online tomorrow, 10 o'clock. All weekdays. Except for certain holidays. Certain exceptions, which we will announce on Twitter. Which also go to YouTube. Which also go to Facebook if you happen to follow me there. Bam! Notice the aspect ratio is correct, sir. Whether we zoom in, whether we resize, it's exactly where we want it to be. Right in the middle. It's this correct aspect ratio. Got the right background. The shader does not go all over the place. The shader is indeed doing what we want. It was poorly configured. So this is all actually pretty good stuff to figure out, right? This is all pretty good stuff to figure out. Let me think. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for putting up with me. We're going to have to add a better texture to this. Now we're getting to the point where we do need to start working in the editor. We've got to figure out that exporter. That's something we're going to have to figure out. Let's go back and figure out how do we do that. So, Blender, let's fix that. Right, it was in the source code. Details. Which, if we go to development, 3JS, Blender, add-on. Oh, wait a minute. Am I missing that? Did I copy it? Hey, what's up, Panda? The debauchery is real. That's right, man. Yeah, this is kind of a debauch cast today because we really, it wasn't super productive today, but we discussed a lot of interesting theory. We got into some esoteric language design discussions earlier. We did update our code a bit. We've got camera controls now. Let's go back and let's show them what we got. Let's brag a bit, right? See, we now, the aspect ratio is correct, and we can now navigate around the cube we're importing. This is coming in from Blender. We changed the background a bit. Change it so it can draw us, all that good stuff. Very simple. This is our game, man. Ship it. Like I was saying earlier, let's ship it. We'll call it Cube. We're going to call it Cube. Ship it right like now. People will think it's like a puzzle game they're just not getting. Right? People will spend hours and days of their lives trying to figure this out. It's just like a badly rendered cube. Troll the entire internet. Probably sell a few $100 before anyone figured it out. No one will ever buy anything from you ever again. So, what did we do? What I think we want to do here, let's go back to GitHub because I think I actually just copied all that crap and it's gone now. Unkept Panda is my boy. He's really active in another channel that I checked, that Gaming Couple, which I highly recommend. He's part of the AGC family, and it's really nice to see him stop in. I think I owe you a book. Didn't I say I was going to give you a book for my giveaway, too, by the way? If you still want a book, I got a couple. I'm going to bring a bunch over I'm going to get a bunch from my library back over to this place here and get ready. We're going to start doing giveaways of programming books and game development books and stuff. You know, you're sold. You're on marketing, man. You're hired. Yeah, see, we got to get all this stuff. Let's fix this. Undo that. All we have to do is, this is kind of beautiful. All I do is come here and say, undo all this. Oh, wait, that's not going to work, is it? Discard changes. Discard. Wait, actually, can I just go discard changes? Discard changes. Yeah, I said a book, right. What book were you interested in? I think we discussed about it. I have like some game development. I have like math. I think, what was it? It was math for game developers? Something like that? Math for game program. I think I do have a book just like that, and that was what you were interested in. If so, it's yours. I'll talk to you in TeamSpeak and get you that, so we can announce that officially. And then I'm going to start doing maybe at least a weekly giveaway of a new programming book, specifically game programming books at first, until I run out of books to give away. And I figure that's a good way to start. I'll mail. Oh, the only problem with that, I should qualify that I have to keep it to the U.S. because I can't afford to ship to Europe. I barely afford to ship to the U.S. But in Europe, it would just be cheaper to buy a new book and have it delivered to you. But I have these books, and I got to get rid of them. And they're useful. They are. I mean, some of them are good. It's just that I've read them. You know what I mean? Okay, very good. 3JS. What do we got for changes here? We added that. Yeah. That's okay. That's for the DAE stuff. The math one, yeah, and we're talking about direction and whatnot, the velocity and all that. Principle or concept, I cannot remember. Yes. That is, then I know I have the perfect book for you because it goes through all of that and it does it from, again, from a modeling and from a physics perspective. A lot of the same kinds of math that you use while you're modeling in 3D are the same kind of stuff that you use when you're modeling physics. Just you usually have a little calculus added with physics because you're integrating stuff over, or rather deriving or integrating stuff over time, depending on your application, what you're doing at the moment. But otherwise, where was I? Yes, back here. There it is, add-ons, IO3. So, if we get a new window, and we go, this is like one of those Mac tricks, go, and you hold down Apple, or where is it? Oh, and that lets you go to the hidden library. This is the hidden splendor that no one knows about. All the hidden splendors here. So under here, under our Blender, let's show package contents. Contents, Mac OS, no resources, 2.7. Where the hell are this supposed to go? Scripts. Add-ons. Should be IO Blender there, right? IO. Oh, look at that. That's the problem. So it thinks it's there. Oh, that was not what I wanted. It thinks it's there. Alas, it is not. That's interesting. I don't know why that disappeared. That's a pain in my butt. Copy. Oops. Add-ons. Whoa, back. Paste that. Yeah, replace all that crap. And so it was there. IO3, that's why. For some reason I was thinking something else, but anyways, it's in there. Let's try this again. See if just adding it will work. I'm just going to kill this. And yeah, Panda, then that is official. I will send that out and I will announce it on the channel when we do that. You earned it. I'm sure. And we'll start doing it. So I don't know when my next one. What do I got? What am I at for follows here? I think I got. What do I got? 35, right? So let's do another one at 50. Right, then we'll do one at 100, then 500, then 1,000, and 5,000. We'll do bigger and bigger giveaways every time. And I'll find an excuse to give away a book like every few days so I can get rid of them all. Blender. That is the Blender we want. Yeah, free books. I got to get rid of these books. I've read them all. They're not really doing me any good use. Most of them have information that is still pretty useful. Again, I got like some OpenGL books and stuff like that. Most of the stuff I find really useful these days for me is on my Kindle library or on my iBooks Kindle Calibre trifecta. I have all of those things. So let's try this one more last time. Export. Nope. See what I'm saying? We did this last week and it worked just fine. It seriously did. There we go. Adam's back. All right, man. Sorry. Yeah, that appears to be on your. That appeared to be on your end. Panda has joined us in the meantime. Panda hype. You know what we really want to do? Why in God's name will this not work? Is there something way I can say? Is there like a script? Let's try it. Let's just look this up. 3JS Blender exporter Not working. Okay, there we go. 2.74, what are we on? This guy's got a cool model. That's not right. Yeah, browsers, again, that's true. Really, browsers, well, again, this is like, browsers are like turduckens. They're, they've got programs running inside programs inside programs. They're very complex. Ultimately, when the runtime behavior can be highly complex. Because it has to account for a ton of different stuff. So let me see here. So it looks like other people are having the exact same problem as me. No, but I am copying it to the right places. Let's try this. User preferences. Blender. Import, export. Oh, wait a minute. Atomic Blender. That's different. What am I doing? I'm looking for the wrong thing. Dude, oh, I'm such an idiot. Such an idiot. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. What? No way. Hold on one sec. Did we get a tip? We're going to have to, that might have to, we'll have to send it to Dave. We'll turn it into a sub. Let's see. Hold on one sec here. You know what? I'm actually kind of afraid to bring this up on my thing. Let me check my, one moment. Oh man, that's so, you're the best if you did. I can't, I'm like really not at the point where I feel like, there should have been a tip thing too. I had one of those set up, but I'm gonna have to figure out all this stuff. And why can't I do this? All right. I've never received a tip. Wow, man, you are the MVP. We have our first donation ever live on stream right now. This is history in the making. Thank you for the $5 holler. That is awesome, Panda. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I don't want to bring it up on stream, but that is so awesome. I really, really appreciate it. I'm gonna turn that into a sub for. I will save that for a sub for AGC when they get one. That's cool. That's awesome. Thank you, man. It's actually really good to confirm it at least works. And honestly, I had a donation overlay that should actually pop up. I don't know if you guys saw it, but there should have been a donation there, and it will play it'll display your thing. I do have the overlay active, so we'll figure all this stuff out. I wasn't actually expecting that. That's so awesome. Again, thank you so much, Panda. That's so awesome. It really is. And then it's gonna go. We were gonna figure out. Oh, that's interesting too. Now I know your name, Panda. I know your name. Don't give a hacker your real name. I'm teasing, Panda. You can trust me. Again, thank you so much. It's so awesome. Our first donation. I'm so excited. I really, again, to get a donation within your first couple weeks from friends on another channel and everything, it's really awesome, and it means a lot to me. So really, thank you so much. That $5 holler is super awesome, and that's in history now. That's getting archived, and that'll be in there forever. The very first donation ever. Or you know what? Maybe we'll do it for maybe what we will do with that is we'll translate it into a Steam game. One of those puzzle games, and we'll do a Let's Play of one of the puzzles we were just exploring. Before you came in, we were going through the Steam puzzle game, kind of pulling up potential things we were going to stream in the future while we work on our puzzle game. So that's probably what I'll do then, is we'll do that so we can do a Let's Play, or maybe we can do a giveaway for one of those puzzle games as well. We'll do a Let's Play and then give one of those away. Right? Yeah, okay, so I have a PayPal. And my main problem right now is I can't put money from my bank account into my PayPal. I can do everything else, but I just can't, for some reason, give my PayPal. You'd think it would be fine to put money in from their perspective, right? Some money coming out that they seem fine to allow happen. But yeah, I haven't figured out all of that yet. I have a Bitcoin wallet, and I have a PayPal account that does. At work, we just confirmed it does indeed accept the thing. I think the stream service took its little piece there, but awesome. That is really cool. I'm gonna figure all this stuff out, so that's awesome. That is a really cool note to end our dev stream on today. Honestly, that is such a cool thing. We had a whole bunch of great follows. Yes, we had new follows and new friends find us yesterday, and we just got our first donation. We're hitting all these great milestones, and we're having a lot of fun. We're getting better at our technical competency in terms of streaming, in that we can go many hours without dropping frames. Now we're at over our 5th hour. We've done some games. We're figuring out our overlays. We're gonna upgrade the technical stuff over the next couple of weeks. I suspect by this winter, hopefully by about Christmas time. Anyways, it's still far away, but probably by this winter, I should have a little more disposable income to put towards the stream, regardless of donations and everything. And when that happens, we're going to do some really fun stuff. Really fun stuff. But again, thanks again. Panda is the man, and likewise, we're gonna have to repay the favor. That's one of the things I like about Twitch, is it's basically a bunch of people giving each other tips, isn't it? Right? It's like the when I lived in Central Falls. Yeah, exactly like that. I gave them proof. I went through all of this with them, and they didn't like something about it. I don't exist to them. They don't. Hey, there it is. It does work. Look at that. I was curious what it looked like. Victory. That gets the horns. That's horn worthy. That's awesome. That was really awesome. All right, I got to stop just talking about how awesome a donation is. It does work, doesn't it? It's just a little delay, and that makes sense. I wouldn't expect it to be instant. When all the follows and subs and donations are coming so fast, I can't even handle them. We'll have to delegate to mods, hopefully. God, I look terrible. I got to shave tonight. I just didn't even want to spend time on it this morning. I'm fine. Right, all right. I know I'm all excited. I am really excited. That really got me. That was a nice perk, because I've never received a donation. That was great. Not even from my family, by the way. If there are any of them watching. I'm looking at you guys. No, I'm joking. My family already gives me more than anyone could provide already, as it is. So I'm just teasing. And donations are never needed, and we're going to start putting these good use. I'm also going to try to be very public, by the way. One of the things about the stream is I'm always going to be very public about exactly where every dollar we get that comes in. I'll let you guys know where it is. I don't have any tricks up my sleeve. I'm not trying to, save it up for hookers and blow here. We're going to put it right back into the stream, and you'll see that. Hopefully, and you'll see the results too. That's what we hope. So. Are they? Wait, what's today? What are these? Wednesday, right? They're streaming tonight, right? Is AGC on tonight? Panda? I assume. I believe so. I just wait to hear the pop-ups. They're one of the few people that I actually follow with Twitch alerts, and so I just wait till I see it, and I'm like, oh yeah, there they are. Let's go. But I don't even follow their schedule. I should know their schedule. Yeah, okay, good. They're usually on like around 8 or so, 8 Eastern, right? Or GMT. My users have been suggesting to me I start using GMT, because that's we have a lot of European viewers. Mondays and Tuesdays are the days off. That's what I thought, right? That's what I thought. Thank you. And again, we encourage everyone in stream to go check out A Gaming Couple. They rock, and it's a great community. Panda's kind of a leader there, and they have a lot of fun. 7 p.m. EST. Is that what it is? Is that right? I never see. I'm never there at the beginning, and I'm never there at the end, am I? I tend to. I'm like, I drop in, hang out for the meat of the cast usually, and then dip out. So I'll be there tonight. Yeah, definitely gonna be there tonight. I technically got like 15 minutes till my stream is up, and I'm like desperately kind of come up with. So I'm just rapping with Panda now. This is Sloth and Panda. Sloth and Panda's chat shack here because I can't really come up. I don't have any content right now to you. I have no content really to work on. 15 minutes is kind of one of those things, like at the end of the day when you're coding and you're like, well, I could start a new 5-hour thing or I could dick around for 15 minutes. Cool, right. I will join you there. I will join you there. I'm going to, I do want to play some Heroes. I do have to eat some dinner. How's everyone doing? Do we have anyone else? Do we have any of the dev casters here? Actually, by the way, is there any of the dev followers here following the stream, or have I bored them all to tears already? I suspect I have. If there's any here, I can continue for a bit. But otherwise, I think I'm probably going to just wrap up a little bit early today. Yeah, we should. Yeah, so I think we should have a. We should do a. I agree with it. We should do that. We should do. Well, you know what? Isn't it like a thing? Every caster's got to have like their. If you're nobody till you got your own game talk show, right? You got to have a whatever it is. What's that category? We got to do one. But I like Sloth and Panda. We could do all sorts of fun things with that, right? I could see all sorts of easy marketing opportunities there, cross-marketing opportunities. Adam, you still here? Yeah, he's been with us all day, which is why basically I'm still trying to. I'm pulling for him. He was actually really helpful today. Again, everyone who comes in is super helpful. Yeah, podcast. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. I really like the RimWorld has taught me that I kind of like. There's a place for both. You know, the video and the not video. I liked having no video and just not thinking about that. For the development, I think it's a little better because it's more of a conversational thing than a narration thing. With the games, it's more narration and, you know, a little different. But with the development, it's much more interactive and more of a discussion. So, you know, I try to, you know, it's different. Yeah, all those humans, right? I know. It's funny because it's like adjective, like it's like the adjective animal crew, right? There's a lot. How many adjective animals can you think of? Like, I'm trying to think of off the top of my head. I can probably come up with a few, right? Debauched sloth, unkept panda, a lot of kittens, right? A lot of kittes, a lot of. I don't know. They'll come to me. I know if I looked at my follow list, I'd find a bunch. But adjective animal crew is like, you know. In fact, that might be a really good casting. I kind of like that. That would be like a good casting crew, adjective animal crew. Right? It take people a little while to get what you're talking about. But once they get it, they'll be like, oh, okay. Adjective animal. It's kind of easy to say, too. It rolls right off the tongue. Adjective animal. It really is. That's why I kind of chose it just because it's really common. But it's like, the format provides a constraint that allows you to kind of come up with an interesting pitch. Like, you know, the fact that adjective animal, if you stick to that format, it's constraining, but it also kind of gets the juices growing. Actually, it's funny. My name is a specific reference. No one has gotten it yet. Not a single person. People have said, oh, that's a cool name, and other people understand what, you know, I've mentioned what to, you know, people even know what debauch means. But it's actually, if you've read a certain series of book by a certain author, and you've read them completely and you're a fan of them, you'll notice right away what it is. Yeah, it's unique to its commonness, exactly, right. You know, it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, username selection is it's probably one of those things that a lot of PhDs are going to get written on, are probably getting written on right now, actually. Know who to talk to about that? Tangent. Tangent Gaming, check him out. He's actually like a psychiatrist. He's like, you know, an actual psychiatrist. You know, like a clinical thing, and he's really good like that. I think he's done stuff about like people's. He's worked on studies, I believe, that have something to do with like people's emotional attachment to their avatars, right? I think you could do a very similar thing with their nicks, because people do get really attached to their nicks, right? And I had like one that was really significant to me as a kid. It was Shift Oneer, like as Shift. I used to write Shift for graffiti, SHIFT, right? That was my tag. And when I did graffiti as a kid, I used to write that. And so one of the memes, before we had the internet, we had memes, and we used our memes and we put them in spray paint on walls. And one of the memes for most people was to put one or one-er at the end of their name. So Shift One, Shift Oneer, it'd turn into Shift Oneer in it. But the thing is, no one understands it. It makes no sense. No one knows how to pronounce it. It's like, yeah, it was meaningful to me, but useless as a nick. So I dropped it. That's why we came up with Debauched Sloth. Hey, it's Dragon. I'm glad we hung out now, because Dragon Cinder just popped in. What's up? Welcome. Good to see you. We're just shooting the shit. We're really just wrapping up the stream here. I'm closing up shop in another 10 minutes or so. It wasn't been a super productive day, but we had a lot of good friends stop by. including you. Thank you for making it. Actually, I really appreciate it. One thing I will mention is that everyone who's here, if you can stop on by in another little over 2 hours, a gaming couple will be online. Let's see. How do I? Is there like a way to just do this easy? But one sec. I was surprised that Twitter rather, debauched sloth, the way I did it was one word, was freaking taken with the DBAUCHD. Like, are you kidding me? And it wasn't active or anything, but I couldn't get it. So I was like, I had to do debauched_sloth. I was really, I can't tell you how much that annoyed me. Oh, thank you. I was just doing that, Panda. Panda the mod. Thank you. My main mod. Yeah, so Dragon Sitter and Adam, I highly recommend if you can and you're around, come in, say hi, what's up, and we'll introduce you to everyone and come have fun. Usually they're playing DayZ, or what are they playing lately? We're playing DayZ, Mortal Kombat, what are they? Not DayZ, sorry. I'm a noob. H1Z1. Yeah, you are a mod, effectively. I don't know, can I make people mods? I have no idea. I've never even done that. Are you a mod? Can I just, like, mod you? Let me see this. I don't think I can make a mod, can I? Oh, wait. There you go, dude. Panda the mod. Yeah, Quiplash, H1Z1, DayZ, and Mortal Kombat 10. Thank you. That's what they've been casting lately. They used to be, when I started watching, they were doing like Reign of Kings and some other stuff. That looked really fun. I wish I got in on that Reign of Kings, honestly. That looked a lot of fun. But they change it up after time. But it's just a great community. It's not huge. It's kind of like it's big enough to have a lot of hype, but not so huge that everyone doesn't know each other. It's great. Yeah, great community. Highly recommend it. Yeah, look at that. You are a mod. The first mod. There you go, man. See, all you got to do is bribe me to get right become a mod first, send donation. Right? No, I'm totally joking. That would have totally uncoupled that. I just wanted to see how it works. And you're more, and again, you are effectively a mod anyway. So again, you are a mod. And I know I can trust you. So you know what I mean. First mod, first donation, first mod. A lot of milestones today. This is like kind of cool. Still, we didn't get any new follows today, but that's okay. We got so many yesterday. Yeah. I mean, it's tough. Honestly, I mean, I don't think I would want to mod ACGC just because so much happens, and they stream for good long sessions late into the morning. Like, I mean, I would have a tough time modding that channel myself. But yeah, no, you're more than welcome, man. You totally, again, and thanks for stopping by. Likewise, Cinder, thank you so much for stopping by. I wish that we had more time to discuss and stuff. I'm going to be back. I'm probably going to maybe do either a little more streaming tonight, or I will be at that gaming couple with Dave and Nat. They stream together. They're a couple. They're freaking adorable. But so you just played one of the coolest games I've seen in a long time. What is that? We definitely got to discuss that before we go. We can't go until we talk about the coolest game we've seen in a long time, because I want to know about that. I unreservedly love RimWorld. That's why I was casting it. We're going to finish that colony, too. Our third colony is thriving. Or surviving, at least, which is the equivalent of thriving in RimWorld. And, okay, wait, let's kill Blender, because we're my poor Lappy's memory. It's actually not using a lot of CPU at all right now. It's just using gobs of memory. Whoops, okay. Lost my chat. I think the coolest game I'm playing about this guy, named Cube, haha. We were talking about this game, Cube. Actually, you know what's interesting, Panda? I had an idea for a game. Okay, it looks like Doom, a lot like Doom 3. Oh, well, what is it? Yeah, let's bring this up right now. We got it. Game recommendations. I will always interrupt. I'm happy to interrupt the stream to bring up game recommendations. Right? The whole point of this is to have fun and play games. If we're developing, all we do is development, then there's no point. And if all we do is play games, we get nothing done. So it's finding the balance, right? Dude, what is it called? Let's see. What are we looking for? But what I was saying is the game I was thinking about was called Glitched, right? I was thinking about a game called Glitched. which is kind of ironic because Glitched is actually a user on AGC now, a very hype user that's there all the time, along with their younger brother. 60 frames, it doesn't happen a lot. Oh, okay, runs pretty fast on your computer is what you're saying. Well, yeah, I'm really curious as to what that is. But, oh yeah, so Glitched, what I was thinking about as a game of Glitched was, okay, think about a game like a music game, something like, are you familiar with Curse of the Necro Dancer? First of all, this is a great game. Maybe we'll cast that. That's such a fun game. But I'm terrible at it. I can't really cast it. I'm terrible. Oh, he doesn't know what it's called. Okay, Cinder doesn't know what it's called. That's okay. Think about it. See if you can find it. Yeah. That's okay. There's a lot of games on Steam. It's easy to forget a few names. I forget all the time, so. But I was thinking of a game called Glitched, like a music game where it's think of the music that Glitched likes, like that like kind of wub glitched out, glitchcore, dubstep, EDM type stuff, right? Think of a game like that where visual glitches and musical glitches were part of the gameplay, so that like it will glitch things out, it will change resolution depending on like different parts of the game will glitch out and become different parts of resolution, and like if you could work the fact that there's actual errors and glitches become part of the gameplay, right? I don't know how exactly we would achieve this per se, but it seems like a really good concept to me. It seems like there's something there. There's some meat on that bone, I think. Uh-oh. Well, thank you for sharing, Cinder. Hope you feel better. All right, so... Oh, wait, that was called Hacker Simulator. Okay. Oh. You know, it's interesting. When I was a kid, Hacker Evolution source code, Hacker Reboot, Hacker Evolution... Oh, uplink. I'm sorry. I thought you said I was actually thinking about an uplink. Let me take a look at that. Oh, I own this. Do I own this? I could play this right now. It's uplink. Okay. Wait, take a look here. Okay. I have not played this, but I mean, not the game. I mean, you know. I have not played this game, let's say, this specific game, but it looks very interesting. So do we want to cast this? Do we want to do a Let's Play with this? I think we're going to have to, right? Yeah. Oh, Panda, it's okay, because I think I'm going to drop here. It's almost 5 o'clock. My stream is almost up. This is actually a great way to end it. I realize I have this game, and we are going to play this then, right? I mean, a hacker game. We got to do that. That's great for a dev stream. So I'll schedule this up, but I want to make a really nice overlay, and you know we'll get hyped up for it, and we're gonna want to get some hype for it. So I'm gonna actually take off here. I want to thank actually Panda and Adam and Cinder and Cloper, and who else am I forgetting? I'm sure I'm forgetting. Oh, and we had CSS Boy and we had Rody, but yeah, it's a new day. Yeah, we will play this. I like the look of this a lot. So we're gonna do a special. We'll do this as like a special series, Let's Play series, like we're doing with RimWorld. Sound good? We'll do RimWorld and then we'll do this. We'll finish RimWorld and then we'll do this. All right, so I'm gonna sign off. Thanks again to everyone that joined us today. Sorry it wasn't a particularly productive day, although we did make a little progress. Again, thanks to all our friends who showed up. Thanks for the donation and our first moderator, Panda. You are the man. I will see you later tonight. Well, I'll see you online later tonight, I'm sure. Likewise, everyone join us. Hopefully, you'll join us tonight at 7 o'clock when I run over to a gaming couple. We'd love to see you there. And this is Debauch Slut signing off for what is the date again? It is September 9th, 2015. It is 5 o'clock on the East Coast, or about noon in Greenwich. So we will be hopefully back on a little bit later tonight and or on the other channel. So Panda is the man. And again, thank you guys. Thanks again so much for joining the stream. Thank you for your kind words. And again, thank you so much for the donation. That was way above and beyond. Thank you for helping me test my donation tester, or my donation pop-up. We're going to make that a little cooler, I think. That wasn't as cool as I thought it was going to be. We're going to have to make something cooler than that, I think. So for now, that's enough for me. I'm gonna take it easy for a bit, and hopefully I'll see you tonight. Take care, everyone. If I don't